Patient to interpret. Thank you, patient.
Sorry, that's my son crying, so I have to be quick. My name is Zainab Betintairu.
Amazina yanjye ni Zainab.
I am honored to be presenting on behalf of the committee members.
Nejejwe no kuba natanga ubutumwa mu izina rya komite dukorana.
I've only moved to Logan 1.5 years ago.
Nimukiye mu mujyi wa Logan imyaka mike ishize.
And I met Auntie Vi and Yolanda.
Nabashe guhura n'umubyeyi Violet
and they started
na
telling
Yolanda.
me about issues we have in Logan.
Babashije kunganiriza bimwe mu bibazo dufite muri Logan.
Anyway, they dragged me into this.
Byatumye bankurura cyane muri iki gikorwa.
But I'm enjoying it. I'm loving it.
Ni igikorwa nakunze nishimiye gukora.
Today, I am presenting on Multicultural Path to Intergenerational Peacemaking Conference.
Uyu munsi nshaka kubaganiriza hejuru ya ihuza mahanga mu guharanira amahoro muri iki gikorane.
This conference is a call to peacemaking.
Iki ni igiterane cyateguwe kuganira hejuru yo guharanira amahoro.
Belonging, connection, and trust are the foundation of a beloved community.
Kugira aho twisanga, kugira itangiriro naho dukorera.
But peacemaking is more than just keeping the peace.
Guharanira amahoro sukuyashakisha gusa cyangwa se kuyafite.
It requires hard work of moving through division.
Ahubwo bisaba kubikorera cyane ushizemo imbaraga nyinshi.
To realize a more united future where everyone can thrive together.
Aho abantu baharanira kugira bakorane hamwe kugira ngo batezanye imbere.
We want to go beyond the circle of crisis.
Dushaka kurenga izenguruka ry'ibibazo byacu gusa.
And respond to it.
Ahubwo dukeneye kubirwanya cyangwa se kubishakira ibisubizo.
Peacemaking starts with belonging.
Guharanira amahoro bitangirira gusanga aho twisanga.
Belonging is feeling emotionally connected.
Kwisanga naho usanga amarangamutima yawe ahamanya nuko aho utuye arahawe.
Included.
Biri kumwe.
Valued.
Kugira indangagaciro.
And satisfied in our relationships.
No kugira imibanire myiza n'abandi.
When we belong,
iyo dufite aho twisanga,
we can show our authentic selves.
Bituma tugaragaza abo turibo.
And express our feelings honestly.
Bigatuma tunagaragaza amarangamutima yacu.
Peacemaking involves inserting oneself.
Mu kuvuga ngo guharanira amahoro bisaba ko uba uriwe.
Into moments of conflict.
Ugahagarara neza mu mwanya w'ibibazo.
To make peace.
Kugira ngo ubashe kurema amahoro.
Not just keeping the peace.
Atari ukugira ngo gusa uharanire kuyagumana.
Because I'm a resident of Logan.
Kuko ndi umuturage wa Logan.
These issues are local.
Ibi ni ibibazo dufite muri Logan.
And the context today is the city, our city of Logan.
Rero intumbero yacu uyu munsi wa none ni hejuru y'umujyi wacu wa Logan.
Because of time, I won't discuss everything in this PowerPoint because Yolanda have to go next.
Kubw'impamvu z'umwanya ntabwo ndi buvuge ibiri muri iyi PowerPoint byose.
Here is my presentation outline.
Iyi ni imitwe y'ibyo nateguye kubasangiza.
I'll be stopping at the city of Logan.
Ndahita njya ku mujyi wa Logan.
So let's talk about peace. What is peace?
Eka dusangire ese amahoro ni iki?
Peace is freedom.
Amahoro no kugira ubwigenge.
From disturbance and tranquility.
Ubwigenge hejuru y'ibi dutesha amahoro mbese.
Peace is a state or period in which there is no war or war has ended.
Amahoro naho hatari ingorane z'ibibazo z'intambara.
So I have two questions for you.
Mfite ibibazo bibiri kuri mwebwe.
Have you ever had a time when you have been peaceful?
Ese hari igihe wumvishe ufite amahoro?
Have you ever been in a state of peace?
Hari igihe wisanze mu mwanya w'amahoro?
Think about these things. Think about these questions.
utekereze hejuru y'ibi bibazo bibiri.
There are three aspects of peace.
Hariho ibice bitatu by'amahoro.
If any of these aspects is lacking, we are in trouble.
No kuvuga ngo nimba hari kimwe muri ibi bice bitatu by'amahoro bibura hari ikibazo.
So we have the physical peace, which includes materials.
Hari amahoro y'ibigaragara harimo ibyo tubona.
Biological, hereditary, resources, housing, food, health, fitness,
Ari
etc.
ibyo birimo by'ibiryo, umutekano, ibintu byose tubona
The
biri muri
second
ibyo.
one is inner peace.
Igice cya kabiri ni amahoro y'indani.
This peace provides spirituality,
Aya mahoro yo mu mutima y'indani ni amahoro atanga ibijyanye n'imyemerere n'umwuka,
empathy, compassion,
atanga kwisanzura,
restoration, emotions,
aga-
feelings, etc.
agatanga no kugira amarangamutima
And the
meza.
last one is relational, which we'll be talking about today, and that is why we are gathered here today. Relational peace. Relational. This one.
Icya kabiri ni hejuru y'imibanire, ni amahoro y'imibanire ariyo turi buganireho uyu munsi wa none.
Many of today's violent conflicts relate to group-based grievances arriving from inequality, exclusion, and feeling of injustice.
Bimwe mu bibazo tubona by'intambara zo muri iyi minsi ya none biva hejuru y'abantu bamwe gutotezwa no kuba hatariho n'imibanire myiza.
All these conflicts affect people across generations and have broader impacts on familiar and generational equity.
Iyi mibanire rero igenda igira ingaruka ku miryango, kuri sosiyete rusange.
Factors affecting generational equities.
Bimwe mu byangiza cyangwa se bihungabanya.
Number one, internet and social media usage.
Hari uburyo dukoresha interinete cyangwa se social media, imbuga nkoranyambaga.
Family dynamics and characteristics.
Uburyo imiryango yacu iteye.
Drug abuse. And you can see the list on the slide.
Ibiyobyabwenge n'ibindi byinshi twabasha kubona hano muri list.
For the peacemaking cycles, we are focusing on 3 issues today.
Uyu munsi wa none kuri iyi topic turaza kwibanda ku bintu bitatu.
Number one is family communication and connection.
Icya mbere ni hejuru y'ubusabane cyangwa se n'iganira hagati y'imiryango.
Number two is social media and internet usage.
Icya kabiri ni uburyo dukoresha imbuga nkoranyambaga zacu.
And number 3 is why schooling is crucial for the next generations, especially migrant children.
Icya gatatu ni kubera mbese impamvu ibi ari iby'ikamaro ku rubyaro rwacu ruzaza.
So these are our objectives.
Izi nizo ntumbero zacu dufite.
We want to restore family relationships.
Dushaka kugarura ubusabane mu miryango.
Achieve collective commitment to peacemaking.
Dushaka kuzana mbese dukoranire hamwe guharanira amahoro.
And you can read the rest on the screen.
Mushobora no gusoma ibindi kuri screen.
So these are the questions I came up with because ever since I moved to Logan, I have been asking myself these questions.
Ibi ni ibibazo natangiye kwibaza kuva naza muri uyu mujyi wa Logan.
Because we are local, we live here.
Kubera ko turi abaturage bo muri uyu mujyi tutuye hano.
So what is the nature of intergenerational conflict in Logan?
Ese ni izihe ngaruka, ese ni gute twifashe mu bibazo twagiye tugira hano muri Logan?
What strategies are needed to reconcile familiar differences?
Ese ni izihe nzira dukeneye kugira ngo tubashe kuba twakemura ibibazo biri mu
What
miryango?
pathways are available for intergenerational peacemaking?
Ese ni izihe nzira zihari kugira ngo tubashe kuba twakemura ibibazo byacu bya karande?
What are the tensions between parental expectation and familiar conflicts?
Ese ni izihe manza cyangwa se ziri mu hejuru y'uburere n'imiryango?
And what are our cultural obligations on youths?
ese ni izihe nshingano dufite z'umuco ku rubyiruko rwacu?
I won't be talking about this, it's too technical.
Sindi buvuge hejuru y'iriya, ni ibintu byinshi.
So our methodology is place-based approaches.
Icyo nshaka kuvuga ku inzira ni place-based.
The city of Logan is our example.
Ni ukuvuga umujyi wa Logan ni urugero rwacu.
Why Logan?
Kubera iki Logan?
Logan is where most of us live.
Logan niho twese dutuye.
Where residents do most things.
Aho abaturage benshi bari hano batuye.
Family, social and economic.
Aho dusanga niho hariho imirimo yacu, niho dusabanira.
Therefore, place-based approaches can assist in developing targeted strategies.
Rero iyi strategy yadufasha kuba twabasha kumenya uko dukemura ibibazo byacu.
But we are using the peacemaking circles as I've explained from the beginning.
Niho tuzakoresha iyi peacemaking circle nkuko nabisobanuye.
Logan is Australia's 6th biggest local government area in Australia. Wow, yeah.
Logan City iri mu mijyi mitoya minini muri Australia.
Home to people from more than 217 cultural backgrounds.
Iri ituwe n'imico irenga ibihumbi irenga 217.
Around 50% of our population is aged 30 years and younger.
Hagati ya 50 y'abantu batuye mu mujyi wa Logan ni abantu bafite imyaka 30 kumanura.
Despite being considered a vibrant city,
Logan is mbese iri mu mijyi iri active, imijyi iriho ikora.
Many determinants continue to play a role in our Logan's disadvantage.
Ariko hariho n'ibyo dukora bituma bibizanamo imbogamizi mu mujyi wa Logan.
Number one, historical land contamination.
Hariho mbese kimwe muri ibyo bibazo bihari nuko ducontribute mu yanduza ry'ibidukikije.
This slide is about environmental contamination that happened long time ago.
Ibi ni byabaye minsi ya kera yashize.
Did you know there was a gold mine in Logan?
Ese mwari muzi ko hariho icukura ry'amabuye y'agaciro muri Logan?
The gold mine at Kingston was turned into an official waste dump.
Iryo cukura ry'agaciro ryari riri muri Kingston niho baje guhindura ahantu ho guta imyanda.
Kingston and its immediate environment became famous as example of a toxic city.
Kuva icyo gihe Kingston yatangiye kuba urugero rw'umujyi w'umwanda.
And at that time, it cost the state government about $10 million to clean up after the mess of the waste.
Kuva icyo gihe byatwaye umujyi miliyoni 10 kugira ngo babashe kuba bakuraho uwo mwanda.
Another $10 million to relocate residents.
Ayandi miliyoni 10 yo kwimura abari bahatuye.
This is our Logan today.
Iyi niyo Logan yacu uyu munsi wa none.
I'm a volunteer for the Logan City Council and with the Berimba, and this is what we say all the time.
Ndi umwe mu bavolontaire mu mujyi wa Logan, ibi ni bimwe tubona inshuro nyinshi.
You might wonder how does this affect us?
Ushobora kwibaza ese ibi ngibi biduhungabanya gute?
Tires does not decompose.
Ese amapine
They go back into our food chains.
Amapine agaruka mu bidukikije.
Okay, let's go.
Reka dukomeze.
Number 2, I'm going to just 5 minutes, yes. Migration, settlement and belonging in Logan.
Nshaka kuvuga hejuru y'abimukira n'imiturire yabo muri Logan.
So this slide is about migration, settlement and economic prosperity in Logan.
Iyi page ni hejuru y'abimukira n'uburyo bagiye batura muri Logan.
This map shows immigration background and a disadvantaged location in Logan.
Iyi map igaragaza uburyo bagiye batura n'uburyo badateye imbere.
So therefore, where I live in Woodridge is one of the disadvantaged locations in Australia.
aho ntuye muri Woodridge iri mwe mu mijyi ya Logan itaratejwe imbere.
Place of birth, citizenship affect our prosperity.
Aho dukomoka tuvuka aho dufite ubwenegihugu bikontribiwa mu majyambere yacu.
Therefore, when people migrate forcefully or intentionally,
rero iyo abantu ari abimukira kubw'impamvu zitari iz'ubushake bwabo,
they face many challenges,
ahenshi bahura n'imbogamizi nyinshi,
such as cultural heritage lost,
bimwe ari ubwo kubura gutakaza imico yabo,
hindered economic stabilities,
kutagira ubukungu buhoraho,
access to safe housing,
kutagira aho ubuturo amazu,
separation from families and social belonging,
gutandukanywa n'imiryango yabo n'ababasupporting.
And briefly, I'll just talk about health.
Ndaza kuvugaho gatoya hejuru
The last
y'ubuzima.
map is about chronic health condition in Logan, diabetic type 2.
Hejuru ndavuga hejuru ya diabetes type ya kabiri.
5.2% of Logan population live with diabetics.
5.2 muri Logan n'abantu bafite diabetes.
Okay, I'll leave you to think about all these things, but first I want to let you talk about the critical gaps why we are having this conference and why it affects our families.
Ndabareka mutekereze hejuru y'ibyo, ariko nshaka kuvuga ku bintu by'ingenzi biduhungabanya.
The suicide rate among our youth is high.
Kwiyahura k'urubyiruko rwacu kuri hejuru.
Youth offending and reoffending is high in Logan.
Urubyiruko ruri mu bikorwa biri hakurya y'amategeko ni rwinshi.
Criminal behavior is high.
Ibibazo bijyanye no kutubahiriza amategeko nabyo ni byinshi.
Mental health is a big issue.
Mbese uburwayi bwo mu mutwe nacyo ni ikibazo gikomeye.
Binley is the headquarter for domestic violence.
Aha niho hari ihuriro ry'ihungabana ry'ababyeyi mu mago.
Our youth are unemployed and poverty is high, and that's where I'm going to stop today.
Urubyiruko rwacu nta mirimo, aho niho ndibuze kugarukira uyu munsi wa none.
Thank you for listening.
Murakoze cyane. Muraho.
I'm just going to find my slides. Just give me a few moments.
Reka ndebe nanjye ibyo nateguye mu munota.
Yes. So I would like to thank my colleague Zainab, who I have the greatest respect for.
Nagombera nshimire Zainab, umubyeyi nubaha cyane.
She has very much focused on the local. Today I'm going to zoom out and focus on the patterns that happen in the world.
Iwe yibanze hejuru y'umujyi wa Logan, njyewe ndaza gusohoka gatoya ndebe hejuru y'isi muri rusange.
So my question is, what are the conditions that create peace and also those that create violence?
Ese nubuhe buryo dufite burema amahoro cyangwa se burema intambara?
I'll begin by sharing a story about two migrant cultures that settled in Greenland around 1,000 years ago.
Ndatangira mbasangiza inkuru y'imico ibiri yatuye muri Ireland imyaka igihumbi ishize.
The first group were the Greenland Norse from Iceland and Norway.
Itsinda rya mbere ryari rituye muri Greenland North.
They placed high importance on rank and prestige.
Bashize imbaraga nyinshi hejuru y'ibyiciro.
Chiefs competed on building the biggest churches, owning the most cows, owning the most land, and so on.
Abayobozi babo bashize imbaraga hejuru yo gushakisha kuronka amatungo, amakanisa manini.
The people held tightly to their traditions.
Abantu babo bibanze cyane ku mico.
And this culture caused much damage to the environment.
iyi mico yagiye ituma bangiza ibibakikije cyane.
The second culture was the Inuit from Canada.
Umuco wa kabiri n'uw'abantu bari bavuye muri Canada.
They valued cooperation.
Bahaye agaciro gukorera hamwe.
Leaders were chosen because of their skills.
Abayobozi bahiswemo kubera impamvu z'ubushobozi bwabo.
Men and women were respected equally.
Abagabo n'abagore bubahagwa kimwe.
And they adapted their traditions to work in with the environment.
Kandi ibo umuco wabo wari uwo guharanira mbese ibidukikije no kubitunga neza.
Now in the 14th century,
mu siècle ya 14
there was a small ice age.
habayeho mbese ikibazo cya ice.
This was a climate change that made growing food very difficult.
Byari kubw'impamvu zihinduka z'ibirere byatumye batabona ibihingwa byo mu buryo bworoshye.
So what happened to these societies?
Ese byagenze gute kuri iyi societe?
The Greenland Norse society collapsed and died.
Mbese Greenland yo mu majyaruguru yagize ikibazo yarahungabanye.
The Inuit people continued to thrive and they live to this day.
Naho abantu bo muri Inuit bo bakomeje kubaho kugeza n'uyu munsi.
These two societies reflect two different ways of living.
Iyi miryango yombi iduhereza urugero rw'uburyo bubiri bwo kubaho.
This was identified by the researcher, cultural historian Rianne Eisler.
Ibi ni ibintu byagaragajwe n'umushakashatsi.
She studied many cultures and societies and discovered two main patterns.
Yize hejuru y'imiryango myinshi muri societe asanga ibintu bibiri.
The partnership model which you see on the left with the ball
hariho iyo bita partnership model ariho gukorera hamwe.
Is where people have equal worth.
Naho usanga abantu bafite uburinganire.
Decision making is much more shared.
Mbese imyanzuro ifatirirwa hamwe.
Partnership orientated societies are peaceful.
Mbese imiryango iharanira gukorera hamwe ifite amahoro.
In contrast, the domination model that you see on your right with the pyramid
bitandukanye ni domination model iri mu bumoso.
Concentrates power in the hands of a few leaders.
Aho usanga ihereza imbaraga ku bantu bakeya bari mu buyobozi.
Rank and prestige become very important.
Aho usanga imbaraga mbese imyanya yabo y'ubuyobozi ni ngombwa.
People and the environment are viewed as resources to be used.
Bakabona abantu n'ibintu ko ari byo by'ingenzi, mbese babibona nka source.
Domination orientated societies tend to be violent.
Iyi rero ugasanga ariho ahenshi ariyo y'intambara.
Now all societies actually have a mix of both.
Usanga imiryango yose ifite yivanga izi domaine zombi.
But it is the balance between the two that affects how a society works.
Ahubwo uko abantu babigereranya bakabibalansinga nibyo bitanga uburyo amasosiyete akora.
Societies can also shift, especially after an external shock like the climate change in our story.
Imiryango yakira cyangwa se impinduka zikunze kuba mu miryango cyane nko ku rugero aho twagiye tubibona climate change.
Today, many societies, including Australia, have shifted towards domination.
Kuri uyu munsi wa none imiryango myinshi harimo na Australia yagiye yimukira kuri iyi aspect ya domination.
Mainly driven by inequality.
Aho benshi bayobowe no kutagira uburinganire.
This diagram explains the consequences of that process.
Iyi shusho igaragaza ingaruka z'ibi ngibi.
This diagram was developed by researchers Richard Wilkinson and Kate Pickett.
Iyi shusho ni yakozwe n'abashakashatsi aribo
Richard Wilkinson,
Richard Wilkinson na Kate
Pickett. Starting in the top left square,
uhereye hejuru mu bumoso
we have an external economic shift.
dufite mbese ihinduka mu bukungu.
And this has happened around the world with globalization.
Ni ibyabaye ku isi yose.
Now this is leading to rising income inequality.
Ibi ngibi biteza imbere mbese ubusumbane.
And if we follow the arrows and the boxes, this in turn causes growing social status differences.
Nitukurikirana uburyo aya diagram agenda ameze, turaza gusanga hariho ubusumbane bugenda bukura.
More authoritarian relationships.
Aho usanga hariho imibanire bivanye n'ubusumbane mu mbaraga bamwe bayobora abandi.
Poor family relationships.
Aho dufite imiryango itabanye neza.
Less trust and community engagement working in the community.
Aho nta kwizerana guhari no gukoranira hamwe.
Many health and mental health issues.
Aho usanga harimo ibibazo byinshi by'ubuzima n'ubuzima bwo mu mutwe.
And if we look at the two boxes on the right,
nuza kureba boxe bubiri iburyo,
with these circumstances people turn to drugs and to crime and to violence.
Ahenshi ingaruka zabyo abantu bisanga bari mu biyobyabwenge, bari mu ntambara zidashira.
And as you saw in the pictures that Dr. Zainab shared, we end up disregarding the environment too.
Ni naho uza kusanga nk'uko umuvandimwe Zainabu yabitugaragarije, twisanga muri environment itari nziza.
With very serious consequences for all of us.
No kuvuga ngo ni ibintu bifite ingaruka nyinshi kuri twese.
In short, extreme inequality affects so much that if we address it, we can solve many of our challenges.
Muri makeya no kuvuga ubusumbane muri societe bufite ingaruka nyinshi kuri twebwe. Tubashe kuburwanya twabasha gukiza bimwe mu bibazo byinshi muri twe.
So the heart of the solution at home,
kimwe mu bisubizo mu rugo,
well, we can ask, what role can we play?
Ushobora guheraho wibaza ati se njyewe n'uruhe ruhare rwanjye muri byo.
Within our families, we can learn communication and parenting skills that promote peace.
Mu miryango yacu twakwiga uburyo tuganiramo n'uburyo turera abana bacu mu buryo bwo kurema amahoro.
For this, we can ask our local services like ECCQ if they can provide training programs in language.
Ahanini n'ahantu dushobora no gusaba ubufasha mu mishinga imwe nka ECCQ mu buryo badutoza mu bijyanye n'ibyo.
And the following is something that we will start with today as we move out into the rest of the conference.
Ikindi nicyo turi buganireho uyu munsi wa none tuzakomerezaho nyuma ya conference.
We can start by truly listening to each other without interruptions.
Twatangira gutegera tutumva ibya bagenzi bacu bavuga tutabahagaritse cyangwa se ngo ntidufate umwanya wo kubategera kumva ibyo bavuga.
Taking equal turns to talk, but especially to listen.
Fata umwanya mutoya wo kuvuga ariko umwanya munini ube wo gutegera.
And be curious, if someone behaves in a way you don't like,
kandi nimba hari umuntu witwaye uko utabyifuza,
consider what might be going on for that person, because there will be a reason for that behavior.
Ubashe no gufata umwanya utekereze ko byibuze wenda hari impamvu ziri gutuma bitwara muri ubwo buryo.
Now, beyond families, we need to step into our communities and demand change.
No kuvuga turenze rero imiryango yacu, niho twisanga muri societe ariho dusaba impinduka.
I would like to invite you to join leaders like Benny Bowl or Pastor Asa.
Nagomba nsabe mwegera abayobozi nka Bo na Pastor Asa.
And support them in organizing group actions.
Mubashigikire mu buryo bwo guhuza abantu societe.
To challenge those in power.
Kugira ngo tubashe guhangana n'ibi bibazo.
To make communities fairer.
Kugira ngo tubashe kurema uburinganire mu miryango.
We must also share power better in our organisations and in our families.
kugira ngo tubashe no kurema mbese imiryango yacu twisangamo yindi ibashe kugira imirongo ngenderwaho myiza.
But without economic stability, it is hard to focus on advocacy.
Biragoye kuba abantu bakora ubuvugizi nimba nta bushobozi buhari.
One practical solution is to organise to create worker cooperatives.
Bimwe mu bisubizo by'icyo kibazo nuko abantu bishira hamwe kugira babashe kurema imirimo hagati yabo.
These are special businesses where workers share decision making and wealth.
Iyi ni imirimo aho abakozi bahuriza hamwe mu gufata imyanzuro.
So, coming full circle, what about Norway today?
Tugarutse muri rya sako utekereje kuri Norway y'uyu munsi wa none.
Well, it is a fantastic example, a world leader of a partnership society.
Norway ni urugero rwiza rw'imiyoborere ihuriweho muri rusange n'abandi.
Men and women share responsibilities more equally in the home, in families, in businesses and government.
Ari abagabo n'abagore bahurira hamwe gusangira inshingano zabo ari mu ngo no mu mirimo isanzwe.
And cooperatives play a big role.
Kandi gukorera hamwe ni bimwe mu bigize imikorere yabo.
And Norway consistently ranks as a world leader in health, social and economic measures.
Norway ubu nyine iri mu bihugu biyoboye hejuru mu buzima n'imibereho myiza rusange,
including happiness.
Hariho no kugira umuryango unezerewe uguwe neza.
So let me leave you with this cartoon.
Reka mbasigire iyi shusho.
And let today mark the beginning of our collective action.
Ariho uyu munsi wa none bibe itangiriro ryo gukorera hamwe kwacu.
To build a partnership community.
Kugira ngo tubashe kurema community ikorera hamwe.
Thank you.
Thank you. Murakoze.
Peter, I think. The mayor is being represented by Peter.
Awesome. Actually, may I ask Pastor Asa to come to present a gift to these two presenters, Zainab and Yolanda? I know you are the organizers, but can we give, let's put hands together for them. Okay, let's do it together. Awesome. Let's get Yolanda and Zainab here, and Pastor Asa will present them these gifts. They are the presenters, but they have done a lot of work. I'm not even going to try to acknowledge that. No, I'm not going to try to do that.
Mbere yo kubaha impano ndagira ngo mbanze mbavugeho.
Yes. Before she presents these gifts to them, she wants to say a few words about these ladies.
Iki ni igikorwa gikomeye.
This is amazing work they have done.
Kitokora umuntu umwe.
Then this work needs a team.
Ariko kugira ngo ubone abo mukorana urahaguruka ukabashaka.
It's very hard to find the people who can work with you, but you stand up and find those people.
Muri abo turi kumwe nka team dufitemo abatekinisiye cyangwa aba research babiri na abadokteri nkuko mubabona hano.
As you can see, two of the teams, they are the researchers and they are knowledgeable in the field. They are here.
N'abantu bakoze umurimo munini kumanywa na nijoro.
They've done amazing work day and night.
Nanje bakankoresha.
And they even contacted me and encouraged me.
Kubera ingorane z'ururimi.
Because of the limitations of the language,
ntabwo bananiwe kunyihanganira.
They were very patient with me and they were able to communicate with me.
Nanje ndi kugenda mbigiraho.
And I'm learning a lot from them.
Mu minsi mike nanje nzaba nabaye muri sa.
Soon she will become a researcher too.
turi timu imaze kuba nini, tugize imyaka 4 dutangiye iki gikorwa cyo gufasha multicultural communities.
It's a big team, and it's been 4 years into doing this project.
Ndatekereza ko ngiye kubaha izi mpano, numva n'iyindi timu dukorana bahaguruka wenda tukagira uwo mwanya nubwo tutaba.
I want to present this gift to them, but may I also ask everyone who's been part of the team to come forward? No, only these 2 special people have the uniform.
Ndatekereza ko
Another one? Okay.
abo
Join.
twateguranye twese
Join.
batambuka.
Oh, there are a few uniforms. There you go. Okay, join. Let's
Nami.
come forward quickly, please, on the stage as we present these 2
Kugira ngo
gifts to
rogani
them.
yacu ibone ko ifite abatekinisiye babasha.
Ben, you can join on the stage. Wow.
Ben Angela, Pastor Christopher, and Pastor Kagigi. Please.
Okay, if your name was
Pastor
mentioned,
Violet.
please join on the stage. Wow. I almost missed out about the uniform. Now I can see. Lovely. Okay, this one is. Okay, we present this one to Dr. Zainab. And this one.
Wait there, Zainab.
Do you? That's good.
Ndabakundisha aba bantu mubakunde cyane.
I encourage you to really love these people.
Kandi ni abantu bakora neza.
They do everything they do it well.
Kubahuza na community zose
To bring these people to meet these communities
no gutanga imbaraga mu gihugu.
is to empower the communities in the country.
Kubw'umuryango wawe na organization uhagarariye.
On your own behalf and also for your organization and for your family.
Iyi komite yose yateguye iki gitorane iragushimiye.
And all our committee, we say big thank yous, Dr. Zainab.
N'umugore mwiza.
Did we get that capture? Yes, yeah, that was very important. We hope we didn't miss that one. Awesome. Awesome. And then we have the next one to be presented is to our dear sister Yolanda.
Turashimye. N'umugore mwiza kabisa.
She's amazing.
Adufasha imirimo minini.
She helps us a lot
yo gukorera muri systeme ya Australia.
to be able to navigate around Australian system.
Turagukunda.
We truly love you.
Thank you very much.
N'icyongereza arabivuze turamukunda. A nice photo, please let's take this photo.
Turashimira ni komite yose.
Once again, big thank you to the entire committee.
N'abantu bakoze umurimo mwiza.
They have done a lot of work.
Dufite abapasiteri.
We have among them, they are pastors,
Dufite abakora mu ma organization.
some people working in the other different organizations.
Dufite aba intercessor badusengera.
We have also intercessors joining with us, praying for us,
N'abajanama
and their advisors.
n'abayusi.
And we have youth.
Together
Together,
tuzubaka igihugu n'ubwami bw'Imana.
we build the communities and the kingdom of God.
Imana ibaheze umugisha.
May God bless you.
Murakoze.
Thank you. Wow, well done. Thank you. We will. All right, a few things to be done in background, but we thank you for the team. There will be some more gifts given to the team, but we will quickly move forward. Well, most of the presentation was covering Logan, and together with us we have a representative from Mayor's office. We have Paul Jackson, who has been elected as Division 5 Councillor in March 2024. Paul Jackson is representing Mayor John Raven, and he has lived in the Logan area since 1975, long before Logan became a shire in 1979 and a city in 1981. Attended Park Ridge State School and also Logan State High School. The city's culture, people, and history inspire Councillor Jackson, and he loves how the community bands together in both good and bad times. He says his family, faith, and friends, they drive a passion to make positive changes in the community. Councillor Jackson has worked in roles including electronics, senior church pastor. Oh, we have another pastor in the church. Wow. And news publisher, and is an active member of several community groups in the city's western suburbs, including Park Ridge Baptist Church, Logan Connect, Neighbor in Need, and Logan Small Businesses Conference. He has a degree in social science and is a qualified electronics technician. His hope is that the residents will feel more connected at a street and neighborhood level. Please join with me to welcome Councillor Jackson, who is representing John Raven, the mayor office. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you very much, and congratulations on the conference.
mwakoze cyane kandi congratulations kubw'iki giterane mwateguye.
As you may have heard before, Logan is the youngest and fastest growing and most diverse city in the state.
Nkuko mwabyumvishe, Logan ni umwe mu mijyi mito ariko ikura cyane mu yandi ma state yose.
Even on the world stage,
ndetse no ku rwego rw'isi yose,
the only city that comes close to us is a little place you may have heard of called New York.
umujyi ushobora kuba ugerageza kuba nkatwe ni New York yo muri Amerika.
Yeah. Mayor John Raven would love to have been here.
Umuyobozi wacu Mayor yishimiye kuba hano
because he knows that your communities all contribute so much to our city.
kuko azi ko community ntoya zose arizo zigerageza gufasha umujyi wacu.
He continues to be your biggest advocate and supporter.
Akomeza kwishimira kuba umuvugizi wacu ndetse n'umufasha wacu.
And he sends his apologies that he couldn't make it today.
Asabye imbabazi ko atabashije kuba hano.
But his loss is my gain.
Ariko igihombo cye ni inyungu yanjye kuba ndi hano.
In Logan, diversity isn't something we bring out of the box on special occasions.
Kuba dutandukanye ntabwo ari ikintu tuzana umunsi runaka.
It's in our DNA. It's part of who we are.
Ariko ni ibintu biri muri DNA yacu nabo turi bo.
We know that first and second generation migrants are more productive than the mainstream community.
Nkuko turabimukira ba generation ya mbere cyangwa ya kabiri b'imbaraga.
As you seek to put down roots and establish yourselves and create legacies for your families.
Uko mugenda mushakisha mushyiramo imbaraga kugira ngo mubashe guprovidingira imiryango yanyu.
With people from over 234 countries calling Logan home.
Abantu bakomoka mu bihugu 234.
We want you to maintain your culture, your language, and your faith.
Twifuza ko mwakomeza kugira imico yanyu n'ururimi rwanyu ndetse no kwizera kwanyu.
But we don't just want you to maintain it, we want you to share it.
Kandi ntabwo twifuza ko mubigumana gusa ahubwo mubisangiza abandi.
It takes a lot of work to make sure your language and culture is passed down to the next generation.
bisaba imbaraga kugira ngo ube watanga uwo muco wanyu uwushyire ku bana banyu cyangwa generasiyo ikurikira.
But we also know that with the beauty of multicultural communities,
ariko kuko tuzi ubwiza bwo kuba muri multicultural cyangwa bava mu mijyi itandukanye,
we can expect a significant number of residents will have faced a history of torture and trauma.
ako tuzi ko kubera ubwo bufatanye bizagenda bikuramo amateka y'akababaro ndetse n'inkovu zo ku mitima.
If this remains unaddressed, there's a risk of it being transferred to younger generations.
kandi ibyo bibazo byose bitavuzwe haba hari ikibazo cy'uko byazagera no ku bana bacu.
Diverse cities like Logan need to understand and appreciate these situations to ensure that everybody thrives.
Ni byiza ko umujyi nka Logan wita kuri ikibazo kugira ngo abantu bose bagere ku iterambere.
A happy, healthy city is our priority.
kugira umujyi wishimye kandi ufite ubuzima bwiza nibyo ntumbero yacu.
It's a responsibility of all levels of government.
Ni inshingano y'abakora muri leta cyangwa guverinoma bose,
no matter their politics,
muri politike,
to work together with service providers and multicultural communities.
kugira ngo bakorane n'abatanga amaserivisi atandukanye kugira bagere ku miryango yose.
Doing the bare minimum from our perspective isn't enough to achieve great settlement outcomes.
Gukoraho bikeya cyangwa kuba banebwe ntabwo byatugera ku musaruro twifuza.
I know the mayor really wants to lean in for us to help in every way we can.
Ndabizi ko meya wacu ashaka kwinjira kugira ngo tubashe kugera kuri ibyo twifuza.
I'm looking forward to hearing from you all today about the best ways that we can do that.
Uyu munsi rero ndi bwumve mu bimwe mu byo mwatanga kugira ngo tugere kuri izo ntego zacu.
And I'd like to also take this opportunity to say thank you.
Rero mfashe n'uyu mwanya mbashimira
for all that you do as service providers and multicultural community leaders.
Byo mukora amaserivisi atandukanya ndetse n'ubuyobozi muri community mutanga.
And thank you for making such an important contribution to the city of Logan.
Rero murakora cyane kubwo bwitange bwanyu mukora kuri uyu mujyi wa Logan.
Your mayor thanks you.
Mayor wanyu arabashimira.
All together, we need to say thank you for our representative.
Twese twafatikamye hamwe gushimira umuyobozi waserukiye ofisi ya meya.
What you do in our Logan city. Thank you, we love you, and we welcome you again. Thanks.
Ubuvugizi mutanga turabashimira, murakoze cyane.
Awesome. Well done. Let's put hands together for our Councillor Jackson.
Twakomera amashyi Councillor Jackson.
And also for John Raven, who has lost, but his loss is his gain.
Nkuko yabivuze.
Okay, that's good. So soon, as I said, we are going to hear from many wonderful people, and now we are going to hear from our sister Susan. If we can have Susan on the stage, please put hands together for Susan. She will have a good presentation, and after that, we are going to go into few groups of discussion. So we're going to have one group here, and also 2 other groups going to join in an upstairs place. So after her presentation, we're going to give more instructions, but be willing to move around. Some people can choose to stay here. Some people are going to go somewhere upstairs so that we can have a more interactive discussion. I think that's a good idea. Thank you, Suzanne.
Oh, yes,
Is it good morning or afternoon?
ndibaza wenda ni afternoon
Good
mwiriwe
afternoon, everyone.
mwiriwe mwese.
Allow me to honor and acknowledge the elders of the land,
munyemerere mbashe
the county elders, the city elders, the church elders. Allow me also to recognize Bishop Asha and the family, and
But-
also Mama Janet, who is a good friend of mine. Perpetua, she's a good friend of mine.
nagiomba nshimire mama Pastor Asa muvandimwe wanjye hariya na ba nyir'igihugu babashe kutwakira.
Asante. Naweza pata mtu anitafsiria na Kiswahili?
Okay. Okay.
Kiswahili. Niongee Kiswahili. Ongea Kiswahili.
Sawa.
Okay. My name is Susan. I'm from Kenya.
Majina yangu ni Susan, natoka Kenya.
Forgive me because I don't have a presentation.
Mtanisamehe sina presentation.
I am the presentation.
Mimi ndio nitawapatia ujumbe.
I'm going to share a little bit, not so much, but I'll give examples on myself.
Nitaongelea sio mengi lakini nitatoa mfano kwa juu ya mimi.
Yes. So I happen to, a story. I came from Kenya. Kenya is one of the beautiful nations in Africa.
Anatokea
If
nchi
you
ya
have not
Kenya.
been in Kenya,
Ni nchi moja
you can
katika
ask
nchi
most of the
mzuri
people from
kutoka
Congo,
Kenya.
like, Bishop Asha, she can tell you it's a beautiful nation.
Kama mjaishi Kenya
We
mnaweza
are a
uliza kama
father of
wapasta Asa.
different nations. Many nations around us, when there was conflict, we have fathered so many.
Tumekaribisha nchi nyingi.
Sudan, Rwanda, Burundi, Congo, Tanzania, Uganda, Orash, everywhere we have.
Tumekaribisha watu kutoka Rwanda, Burundi,
And we don't
Sudan.
have a problem when you come to Kenya. If you want to settle, buy land and settle.
Na kama unataka
Hakuna
kuja
matata.
kuishi
We
kama
also say there is no problem. Hakuna Matata is one of the beautiful nations that you would like to visit. If you haven't gone, please, Mayor, organize a group of people and bring them to Kenya.
leta watu
One of the
wengine
best
kule
countries.
Kenya
We are
kama
tourist
wanataka kuishi
country
wakuje
and,
aishi.
one of the best.
Na tuko na nchi nzuri ya kutembea kama
Even
tourist.
when Jazeera is up, it's only 2 days and things cool down. And we move together because we are a people, different people. So I'm not just here to sell Kenya, but I'm speaking the truth.
Naongea
So I
ukweli.
happen to be, I'm a Christian.
Mimi ni
And,
Mkristo.
I happen to have worked in different places of the world,
Nimefanya kazi katika nchi mingi.
UN, and other international organizations.
Nimefanyia kazi UN na mashirika mengine.
And one of the core values of the UN
Na
is integrity,
ile nini value moja ya UN ni kuwa na integrity.
professionalism,
Na kuwa na fanya kazi mzuri
and respect for diversity.
na kuheshimu ile utofauti ya watu wengine.
Kuna kijana alikuwa anakimbia, alikuwa Kenya. Nani ule alikuwa na poem ako wapi? Ameenda.
There was a young man who was saying
Ukuje
poem.
unitafsirie. Wewe utaperekana na mimi kidogo. Asante.
Na kuna shida.
Naelewa wewe ulitoka Kenya mtambo kidogo. Asante. Saa zingine nitaongea Kiswahili, saa zingine nitaongea Kiingereza. Ongea Kiswahili. Nikiongea Kiingereza si una shift hivyo. So, Kikenya Kiafrika. So, respect for diversity.
Heshima ya utamaduni
And it means that you accept
inamaanisha kuwa utakubali
that there are differences among people.
utakubali utofauti ambao uko miongoni mwetu.
Age,
itakuwa umri.
Wengine ni wazee.
Some are
Like
old.
here, we are here different.
Yeah, we are all different here.
Different lessons.
Tofauti,
Different languages.
lugha tofauti.
Different values.
Different.
Value.
Beliefs, vitu ambazo tunaamini.
Cultural diversity. Name it. We could be different in many things, even in beliefs, religion.
Hata imani yetu ni tofauti na vitu
But
tunazoamini
that makes us so unique.
But hiyo ndio kitu ambayo
When we
inatufanya
come together, it brings
pamoja.
up the beauty.
Tukishirikiana pamoja inaleta
Because
urembo.
there's nobody who wrote a letter and said,
Hakuna
I
mtu
want to
aliyeandika
be born
barua
in Kenya.
na akasema azaliwe nchi ya
I want
Kenya.
to be born in Australia.
Hakuna mtu alisema
I
anataka
want
kuzaliwa
to be born
Australia.
in America.
Hakuna mtu anataka kuzaliwa
We all
Amerika.
found ourselves born
Kila mtu alijikuta
in the
amezaliwa
beautiful
kwao
land that God gave us.
kwa nchi mzuri ambayo Mungu alitubariki.
We never even had a choice of parents.
Hata tu kukuwa na kuchagua wazazi wetu.
Did you choose your
Hapana.
mother?
Mimi nilichagua wazazi wangu?
No.
Jibu ni la.
Did you choose a father?
Ulichagua mzazi wako, babako?
It's beautiful.
Ni mzuri sana.
We didn't have a choice.
Hatukukuwa na jinsi ya
We are
kuchagua.
all one people.
Sisi wote ni kitu moja.
We may look different.
Tuna
We
tofauti,
may speak different.
tunaongea tofauti.
Sometimes we may not even speak. We just
Saa zingine hata hatuongei.
Express ourselves maybe because maybe you don't speak.
Saa zingine
But we are
hatuongei
one
lakini
people.
tunafanya kitu, lakini si wote tunaelewana na tuko
One
pamoja.
people. And coming together
Kushirikiana,
brings
kuja
that
pamoja
beauty.
inaleta
So
urembo huo.
accepting each other
Kukubaliana na
is very key.
ni kitu moja muhimu
And
sana.
the other meaning, it's like we can work well.
Tunaweza fanya kazi
Being
vizuri,
able to work well,
tukue tayari kufanya kazi vizuri
even with our differences.
hata na hizo tofauti zetu.
Yeah. So, because of culture diversity,
Kwa sababu ya tofauti,
respect of culture diversity.
heshima ya utamaduni.
If I say amen, if I say
Nikinaposema
God.
amina ama msifu
if you
Mungu,
say amen, it's just agreeing with me.
ukisema amina unakubaliana
I'm
nami.
telling you, in Australia, I think I'm 2 days or 3 days.
Huyu ni mgeni Australia,
I might
amekuwa hapa
say
siku
amina
mbili.
is not, but just agree with me because I'm not being able to sit and being given all the rules. So I'm not speaking
mkubali
about
tu.
you, I'm speaking to all of us.
Haongelei mtu kibinafsi, lakini
So if you are
anatuzungumza
around me,
kuhusu
I'm
sisi
going to
sote.
ask you, Mayor Representative, can I
Anataka
pray?
kumuita representative.
Okay, let's pray. Father, in the name of Jesus, we thank you.
Mungu Baba,
We give you
tunakushukuru,
praise, honor, and glory.
tunakurudishia sifa na
And
shukrani,
we thank you for this opportunity that you've given us.
na tunakushukuru kwa
People
fursa
from
hii.
different races,
Watu wa makabila tofauti,
different age,
watu wa miaka
different
tofauti,
gender, different values,
watu wa mahali
to
wametoka
meet
tofauti.
together.
Tumekusanyika hapa sisi
We
sote.
thank you that you created us.
Tunakushukuru kwa
And we thank
kutuumba.
you that you have a special plan for each one of
Na
us.
tunakushukuru kwa
Take all the
jinsi
glory,
ambavyo,
honor, and praise.
kubali sifa na shukrani zetu.
Let your kingdom come and your will be done. In Jesus'
Tunaomba-
name we pray.
Amen.
Amen. So, please don't chase me away. Just give me a few minutes. Because I came from Kenya, let me just give me a few
Kwa sababu
minutes.
amekuja
So,
Kenya,
what
mumpe
I
dakika
wanted to
mbili.
discuss today is about honor.
Amekuja kuzungumza kuhusu
Honor.
heshima.
Honor is very many at
Heshima,
school,
heshima
government,
inapatikana kila
all
mahali,
over.
utamaduni tofauti, hata viungo vya serikali na mafamilia yetu yote yako na heshima.
When you choose to be honorable because we have a choice, either to honor or to dishonor,
Ukijipata we ni mheshimiwa kwa sababu uko na hiyo nafasi ya kukua either mtu wa kuheshimu
you
ama
will always
kuheshimiwa.
keep your word.
Lazima utafuata kenye umesema.
You do what is right,
Utafanya kenye kinastahili
regardless of what others are doing.
hata kama wengine hawafanyi kile ambacho unafanya.
How do you honor?
Utakuwaje mheshimiwa
You
ama
be patient because we talked about respect for cultural diversity.
utakuwa mtulivu kwa
Be
sababu
patient
unaheshimu
with other
utamaduni.
people.
Utaheshimu na utakuwa mtulivu na
Give
watu
them
wengine.
space,
Utawapa nafasi,
love them,
utawapenda,
appreciate them,
utawashukuru,
be kind to them,
utakuwa
Love
wapole,
them.
utawapenda
and pray for them.
na hata utawaombea.
And who do you honor?
Utamheshimu nani?
allow me to quote few chapters in the Bible and verses.
Niruhusu kunukuu.
You honor your maker, who is God.
Utaheshimu Mungu
Proverbs
aliyekuumba.
3:9, it says, honor the Lord.
Proverbs
Okay.
3 verse 9 inasema heshimu Mungu wako.
Okay. So can I just do 5 minutes? Just give me 5 minutes.
Naomba tu dakika 5.
Okay, just to say the benefits of honor and the consequences of dishonor. Okay, that's seconds. So the benefits of honor. Honor gives you access.
Heshima inakupa
It
mahali
gives you
pa
access to opportunities, to your parents, to relationships.
Inakuruhusu kuweza kupatana na hizo vitu zote.
When you honor people,
unapoheshimu watu,
it helps you, to rise. It helps you to achieve your destiny.
Na kufikia lengo lako.
Without struggle.
Bila hata kungangana.
If you honor the government,
ukiheshimu serikali,
no problem with issues with the government.
na sheria.
But when you dishonor,
unapokosea sheria,
that comes to you is dishonor. You are dishonored.
Ile kitu ya kwanza inakuja ni hiyo kukosa heshima.
I'm sorry, time is over.
Naomba msamaha, nimechukua muda mrefu.
Thank you for the opportunity you gave me.
Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much.
All right. Put hands together again for Susan, all the way from Kenya. Yes. I know John Bosco was in Kenya. I know Pastor Asa was in Kenya. I've once been in Kenya. Yes. A good photo, please, would be nice. Has already been taken? Move forward. Yes, sorry. And when you honor, even the time, that's fine. Awesome. So we're going to do something a little bit different. And since I know you are more comfortable staying where you are and just go with the flow. But we will ask Dr. Zainab to introduce us to how we're going to do something a little bit different. Thank you, Zainab. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we are going to the peacemaking circles, which is the most essential part of this conference. Circles unite us where everyone is respected, people can talk without interruption, and everyone is equally important. So we have 50 minutes for these circles, and we have peacemaking code of conduct. Active listening, do no harm to the facilitator, to yourself, and to the circle members.
Ubu hari ibyo tugiye gukorera mu matsinda mu minota 50, kandi bimwe mu mirongo ngenderwaho nuko turi bubashe gufata umwanya tugategerana, tubashe gutegera no gufata umuyoboro abayobora ayo matsinda bari buhi.
We have strict confidentiality rules.
Ikindi twifuza ko buri wese abasha kumenya ko ibyo muganira aho ngaho bigomba kubikirwa aho ngaho, nta mpamvu yo kugenda kubivuga hanze.
Everything discussed must remain in the circles.
Ibyo muganira muri ayo masako bigumaho muri ayo masako.
Your participation is voluntary.
Gusangiza ibitekerezo byawe ni ku bushake.
At any time, participants can withdraw their participation.
Cyangwa se udashaka no kuba muri iyo sako nta kibazo wavamo.
Like I said, no sharing of circle member stories outside of the circles.
Nkuko nabivuze, ntitwifuza ko ibyo muganira muri iyo sako biharenga bikajya kuvugwa hanze.
No recording.
Ntabwo twifuza ko hari abantu bafata amajwi abandi.
No note taking.
Nta no gufata amanote.
No photos.
Nta gufata amafoto.
No videos of members except facilitators.
Nta no gufata amavideo cyangwa se ki usibye wenda abari buyobora ayo matsinda nibo bashobora guhabwa uruhushya.
So we want you to respect, observe and listen.
Rero tusaba ko mubasha kugaragaza ubwitonzi bwinshi no gutegera no kubasha gusangiza ibitekerezo bya mu byifuje.
So the outcomes we are expecting from these cycles,
bimwe mu byo duteganya ko biva muri aya masako.
Listening, the most basic offense is not listening. Listening, the most basic offense is not listening to one another.
Kimwe mu ikosa rinini ryakorwa ni ukutabasha guhana umwanya wo gutegera.
So we want to do sharing of experiences,
Dushaka gusangizanya ubutumwa twese,
compassion,
dusangizanye kwihanganirana,
being vulnerable together because we all experience some of these things.
ahanini no kubohokerana kuko abenshi ni ibintu twese twagiye tunyuramo ibyo tuganira.
We want to connect with one another
Kandi dushaka kurema ubusabane hagati yacu,
and let you know that you are not alone.
no kugira ngo buri wese abashe kumva ko atari wenyine hano,
To heal, to recover for the community.
no kugira ngo abenshi tubashe no kubikiriramo, tubashe no kugira umuryango uteye imbere.
So we have our peacemaking values for this conference.
Dufite indangagaciro zigenga iki giterane,
It is specific for this conference.
ahanini ni iby'iki giterane cyane.
Number 1 is love.
Imwe mu ndangagaciro ni urukundo,
Number 2 is connection.
iya kabiri ni ukurema ubusabane,
Number 3 is forgiveness,
iya gatatu ni ukubabarirana,
honesty,
iya kane ni guhana ukuri,
transparency,
kutahishanya,
sharing, belonging, integrity,
gusangizanya amakuru, kwisanga no kugira ubunyangamugayo,
inclusivity, courage, empathy, care, accountability, creativity, and innovation.
no kuba abantu batanganye ibitekerezo no kuba creative.
So we have circles leaders, circles facilitators.
Dufite bamwe mu bari buze kutuyobora muri ayo masakos, mbese n'amatsinda turi buze kurema.
We have 4 groups.
Dufite amatsinda ni amagroup ane.
Women elders.
Itsinda rimwe ni iry'abamama n'aba.
So if you are a mother, you are a grandmother, you are a great grandmother, we want you to be together.
Ni itsinda ry'abamama, yaba ari abamama bakuru, abatoya, baraza kuvugira iryabo tsinda.
Or if you are not a mother, you are a wife.
Ushobora no kuba utari umumama ubu nyine ariko uri umuntu wubatse.
The second group is men elders.
Irindi tsinda ni iry'abapapa.
Papa, grandpapa.
Ni itsinda ririmo ababyeyi bubatse, ababyeyi bafite wenda n'abuzukuru, nabo baraza kugira iryabo tsinda.
So if you think you fall into that categories of being an elder,
nimba uri mu itsinda ry'abantu bakuru,
so those groups are for you.
Ayo ni amatsinda ya nyabiri.
So we have 2 more groups.
Dufite andi matsinda abiri.
We have youth and community leaders.
Dufite itsinda ry'urubyiruko n'abayobozi
So we are
b'imiryango.
separating all these groups so that we can be comfortable talking about 3 things today.
Twatandukanyije aya matsinda kugira ngo tuze kugira urubuga rugari rwo kugira ngo dusangizanye hejuru y'ibi bintu bitatu.
The cause of isolation.
Impamvu z'amacakubiri, mbese z'abantu kwigunga.
Is social media good for you or bad?
Kwigunga kwacu, ese imbuga nkoranyambaga ni nziza kuri twebwe cyangwa oya?
And why do you prefer work to schooling? Why do you prefer work to schooling? Yes.
Ese ni impamvu wishimira gukora cyangwa se no kwiga?
And when you go in groups,
nimujya muri aya matsinda,
you will not know the topics you'll be discussing in that group, but these are the 3 topics we are talking about.
muraza guhabwa ibyo muza kwiga muri aya matsinda, ariko ahanini ni aya matopic.
We want the men elders to remain in this room.
Turaza gusaba abapapa bakuru baraza gusigara muri iyi sale.
If you are a community leader or a pastor, we want you upstairs.
Ku bayobozi bo muri community cyangwa se abapasiteri baraza kujya mu yindi sale hejuru.
We want the youth and the women upstairs too.
Turaza gusaba n'abamama n'urubyiruko nabo baze kujya hejuru, hari andi masale.
So do we have the facilitators?
Reka
Antivai, Susan Emerita for women elders.
dufite abafacilitator Antivila na Emerita na Susan baraza kuza mu itsinda ry'abamama.
Christopher, Anania, and Christophe. There are 2 Christophe.
abapapa Christophe bombi na mzehe hariya Anania
Yes, and Christoph.
baraza kudufasha mu rindi tsinda ry'abapapa bakuru.
For youth, we have Patient, Fadwasa, and Naomi.
Ku rubyiruko turaza gusaba Patient,
Oh no,
Fad-
I'm the last one for community
Fadwasa
leaders.
na Naomi.
And for community leaders, they have put me in charge.
Ku bajyanye n'abayobozi Zainab araza kubafasha
So we'll be going
facilitating.
into these groups for 50 minutes.
Turaza gukoresha iminota 50 muri aya matsinda.
Please don't interrupt one another.
Reka dukoreshe umwanya neza ntidube abantu bo guterana amagambo.
And now release you into your groups.
Reka mbasabe rero tuze gukurikiza uwo murongo dufata uwo mwanya tujya muri aya
Okay,
matsinda.
Sister Yolanda said we only have 30 minutes for this.
Muvandimwe Yolanda menyesheje ko dufite iminota 30.
Yes.
Yes.
Antivi, Naomi, can you guys come and choose your topics? Can you
Okay, very good. So just follow those people who guide you into those groups upstairs somewhere.
Mukurikire abantu bari buze kubayobora muri ayo marumu hejuru.
But very important,
Ikintu cy'ingenzi,
after the groups,
nyuma y'amatsinda
there is lunch.
dufite gusangira lunch.
And before lunch, we're going to take a group photo.
Na mbere ya lunch turaza gufata ifoto
In the lunch room.
aho tuza gusangira ifunguro.
All right, enjoy.
Murakoze, mugire ibihe byiza.
there's two main important things around partnership: genuine partnership, authentic partnership. So the issue here is power. So when we talk about service providers, we're talking about the government, we're talking about families and communities. There is power imbalance, and you cannot establish a meaningful partnership if people are not equal, for example. So some of the partners hold more powerful position, and we cannot bring about that partnership. So I think partnership is critical, Bosco, but we need to look at the power dynamic. So when we talk about families, young people, communities, and service providers, so who is holding power? And then number two, interest.
Can we translate first?
Translate. Swali lingine ni namna gani tunaweza fanya kazi na hizi mashirika zenye zinakuja kusaidia mafamilia na namna gani tunaweza saidiana. Jibu ilikuwa kitu ya kwanza tunapashwa kuangalia ni namna gani tunaweza saidiana kuwa na zile nguvu na ni nani yako na nguvu kuliko mwingine. Ndio familia kama ni service iko juu ikuje kwa ile level yenye familia iko ndio waweze kuongea na kusaidiana kufanya kazi pamoja.
So if we want real partnerships, so it need to be defined by the families and the communities, because these are the people that we are helping. So they need to tell us how that partnership arrangement would look like. Number two, interest. What are the interests of the service providers in our families, in our communities? And what are the interests of our families themselves? If we're talking about a young person, whose interest should be considered first? Interest of that young person, their parents, their family, their community, or the interest of the service providers or the government? And sometimes families sit at the bottom of consultation, and they should sit on the top of consultation.
Translations?
Yeah, na njia moja ni ya kuangalia nani mwenye akona entere gani kwa hiyo kufanya kazi pamoja. Kama tunaangazia entere ya mavijana ama wazazi, ni entere gani tunapaswa kuongelea. Na familia njoo wanapaswa kuleta hizo entere, njoo service providers wawasaidie kufikia hizo entere.
Lastly, around communication, I think we need to acknowledge the fact that we live in a different country. Even if you go back to the village, if you were born in the village in Africa, and you left 10 years ago, 15 years ago, and you go back, you'll find that things have changed. The way people behave, the way they talk, well, it's changing rapidly. So even here, we have to adjust. We have to find a way to fit in the new system while we still hold our values, but we must acknowledge that things are changing even where we were born back in the village. If you go back there thinking that you are a very conservative person, you will be suffering from cultural shock in your own village.
La mwisho ni kuhusu vile tunaongea, na tunapashwa kuona kwamba tumekuja kwa nchi geni na vitu zinabadilika wakati kwa nyakati ingine. So ndio maana tunapashwa kubadilika tukibadilisha na vile nyakati zinabadilika.
Thank you. I think we move to the next question. Our academics earlier point to the issue of mental health as being a critical area of concern for not only the multicultural communities, everybody really. But let's bring it back to our own cohorts. Fadosa, what role does mental health play in shaping intergenerational conflicts? Sub-question, are there any particular experience you have witnessed in the family or otherwise?
Okay, thank you. I think when we talk about...
Can we translate the question first, maybe?
Yeah, swali ilikuwa ni namna gani mental health inachangia kwa zile mashida zenye tuko nayo katika our society. Yeah.
Thank you. So when we think about mental health and the way we see, young people see it differently, especially in the fact that they grew up in Australia as opposed to the older generation. Okay, so mental health, like the way we see it, especially in terms of like young people, they see it differently because of the environment they grew in, as opposed to the the older generation.
Mental health vile vijana wanaiangalia mali tuko sahi ni tofauti na vile wazee wanaiangalia.
Can you elaborate a bit on that? What do you
Yeah,
mean?
for sure.
Yes.
Continue. So what I mean by that is that, for a lot of young people, if they feel like, they want to express themselves in terms of, they're going through mental health, they're able to, find resources, they're able to find a community through either social media or through, they actually understand that, something is happening to them. As opposed to the older generation in our community, where oftentimes they don't really believe that, mental health is a thing. And so they feel like, that dialogue, like there is, it's, they feel invalidated. And so there is a barrier in terms of like, communication.
Ameeleza kwamba kwa wazee kuna shida kwa sababu hii mambo na mental health hawaelewi sana, lakini kwa vijana ni vizuri wanaelewa na wanajua mahali wanaweza enda ndio wapatiwe usaidizi.
And in order to kind of combat, those struggles and to find, a middle ground for both the older generation and the younger generation is to have an open communication, as what everyone has said. Both of the communities coming together, and when I say communities, I mean like young people and the older generation coming together and talking about what they're going through, so that we can find a middle ground. We can find a way to talk about what's actually really going through them.
Suru moja kwa hizo mambo ni kwa kuchukua muda katika vijana na wazazi ama na wazee kuongea ndio wapate nafasi ile ya kusaidiana ili waweze kupata suluhisho kwa wazee na vijana kwa hii nafasi ya mental health.
For the benefit of time, and we know some people have to leave early, can we move on to the next question? So no question to Naomi. So employment is very important for everybody in Australia. That's true in other countries as well, and particularly for young people. So a lot of people have expressed concerns about navigating career pathways in Queensland or otherwise in Australia. So how can parents and communities or society better support their aspiration while bridging the gap between traditional expectations and opportunities in Australia? Translations first.
Swali ni tunajua kupata kazi kwa nchi ngeni ni kitu ya muhimu na ni tatizo kwa watu wengine. Ni namna gani wanaweza pata njia ya sawa ili wafikie ile kazi wanayotaka?
I'll probably say a trend that I've noticed working with newly arrived young people and where that happens in their journey, and probably my own experience a little bit. You notice, as a caseworker, I used to receive young people who've just arrived, and there's aspirations, and they're really good aspirations. They know what they want. They know where they want to go. They have an idea of a pathway that they want to take, and they're really great aspiration. And then you see somewhere down the line, it's completely flipped.
Kufanya kazi na vijana ni rahisi kwa sababu wanajua chenye wanachokitaka na ili kuwaelekeza kupata ile kazi ni rahisi.
Yeah. And there's a number of reasons why that happens, but one of the reasons, just for the purposes of today's discussion, would be this push and pull between what mum and dad want versus what they want.
Kuna tatizo ingine ni kwamba kuna nafasi yenye unapata vijana kulingana na mazungumzo tumekuwa nayo, wameongea kuna tatizo ya ile, kuna vile vijana ile kazi wanayopata wanaitaka kufanya na kuna ile wazazi wanayotaka wao kufanya.
And I can say that for sure that in this push and pull, no one wins, because eventually mum and dad don't get what they want, and the young person doesn't get what they want. So no one's won at the end of the day.
Na ukiangalia kwa hiyo mazungumzo katika wazazi na watoto, utapata kwa ingekuwa ni wazazi kuna venye wanataka watoto waendelee ama wapate hizo kazi wanayotaka, na watoto wako na namna ingine wanataka. Ikiwa ni ile mazungumzo hawaelewani, hakuna mwenye atakuwa na faida.
So how do we make sure that everyone wins? Because I think we want everyone to win.
Namna gani sasa tunaweza saidiana njo kila mtu akuwe na faida?
My encouragement today would be to embark on that journey together.
Ningependa kuuliza, ingekuwa ni watoto ama wazazi, mwanze mfanye hiyo kazi pamoja.
As Benny mentioned, the world is changing. There's careers in YouTube, there's careers in gaming.
Kama Benny ameeleza, dunia inabadilika. Vile wazee walikuwa wanaona kazi mzuri ni kuwa daktari, saa hii kuna watu wenye wanapata kazi kwa kufanya YouTube, kwa kufanya magaming.
We have to allow young people to be innovative and to be creative and to be their authentic selves. And there needs to be support from parents, from their community, from their teachers. And if we can advocate for them and be on that journey with them, I think everybody wins in the end.
So tunapashwa kusaidiana, tusaidie vijana au watoto wetu wawe wenye wanaotaka kuwa kwa zile kazi wanayotaka kufanya.
Because you can tell I'm directing these questions to young people in the audience, Fadosa. How can we bridge the gap between traditional expectations and opportunities in Australia?
Yeah, so like what Naomi just said, if I can add on, is like not a lot of young people are going to want the same thing that, you know, their parents want. So, you know, the parents may want, you know, their child to be, you know, a lawyer, a scientist, or a doctor. But they need to understand that Australia, you know, offers, you know, different, you know, opportunities, different pathways. You know, not everyone needs to go to university. There are other pathways such as, you know, free TAFE courses, vocational courses. Those are, you know, they just need to understand that those are an option that, you know, a lot of young people may go to.
Kwa sahi ningependa kueleza kwamba kama vile wengine wameongea, dunia imebadilika na kuna nafasi mingi za kufanya kazi. Ningependa kuuliza wazazi wapatie watoto nafasi waweze kutafuta namna na kazi zenye wanaweza fanya ama wanapenda kufanya.
I was going to ask the same question to Chris, but move it to community support. How do you think the mainstream community, and this is not based on stereotypes, but how do you think the mainstream communities can actually support young people from multicultural communities to do and achieve their dreams in Australia?
That's a big question.
And feel free to jump in from the audience as well if you wish to.
I mean, I would firstly I'd agree with everything Naomi and Fredauza has said. I think there's often a divide between what the older generation would like the younger generation to do and what the younger generation would actually like to do. And in order to bridge that gap, I suppose, there's a big part of that responsibility lies, you know, within conversations within the family, but as Benny pointed out, the broader community context needs to provide that same sort of atmosphere where there's service providers or events or, you know, more conferences like this where people can come together to have these conversations. It's all about the conversations, effective communication, listening to what young people want to do and figuring out how to support them on that journey rather than trying to force them to do something else.
Thank you. Translation.
Kwa ile swali ningependa kukubaliana na wengine vile walisema, inapashwa kuwa wazazi na mashirika mengine kupatiana nafasi kwa wale vijana na kuwa support ili waweze kufanya zile makazi zenye wako na ile potential ya kufanya. Na hiyo itawasaidia kufanya kazi yao rahisi ili wafike zile mlengo wako nazo.
So on the same question, Benny, as we all know, there are individual deficits. We come from far. And our journey to Australia has actually involved torture and trauma, and that's a key word actually in most of the service delivery, torture and trauma, which is real. But we do know there are systemic problems, including systemic racism. The system were never designed for us. And I think if anyone understands systems, here in this room, Benny, you're the person. How can we fight the system? Do we really have to fight the systems for young people to do better? What do we do?
I think we need to understand structural racism and discrimination. And I think it's something that we abort. We don't talk about it, especially here in Australia. If we want to actually change things, we need to identify individuals in the system that are very genuine, very authentic people, people who have empathy. They actually feel the pain that families and communities are going through. And if we have people like that in the position of power and where they can make right decisions, we can change the system. The issue now is, again, the power dynamic. You can't change systemic issues if you don't change how the power look like, including the very institutions, the organizations that work with our families and communities. If the board of an organization doesn't reflect the diversity of the community, there's something wrong there. If the executive of your organization that's helping multicultural communities does not reflect who we are as a community, there's something there. If the front line only look very multicultural, and when we celebrate our festival in the park, then we celebrate all of this dance and everything, but when it comes to the power, what is it in there? Why is it so difficult for executive within the organization to look multicultural? Why is it hard for the board to look multicultural? This is where structural discrimination and racism actually originate from, okay? So we need to look at how do we have conversation around that, you know? Because sometimes the people that try to bring up that conversation become the #1 target to be destroyed by all means, because people don't want to have that conversation. You find people talk about human rights, justice, all of these things. There is an issue here in the system that we need to look at, and it's all linked to power to change things.
I love Benny's political voice too, actually, but good luck translating it. Try your best. It is very powerful, but anyway, all the best.
Ngoja nimsaidie kwa sababu yule mheshimiwa. So I win a seat.
Is this democracy?
Okay, nitamsaidia kwa haraka.
He's very young for too much politics, and it's beautifully said. Very important for people to capture his message here.
Kwa sababu moja nimemwelewa, lakini pia pili ninakubaliana naye. Ndio maana nimesema nimsaidie kuinterpret hili jambo. Ameuliza kwanza huyu, naanza kuna swali. Ameuliza hiki kitu cha kusema kwamba kuna kaubaguzi hapa nchini hapa, kwamba mtu anaweza akakiondoaje kitu kama hicho. Lakini amejibu akasema kwamba haya mambo ya kusema hakuna ubaguzi na nini ni mambo ambayo yanasemekana na yanatolewa kwenye mashirika kwa level za chini. Kwa mfano, yeye anapendekeza kwamba kama hakuna ubaguzi yatolewe kwenye level za uongozi wa juu. Kwa hiyo hata watu ambao ni viongozi wa juu wawemo watu mchanganyiko kutoka nchi mbalimbali na multicultural ambayo ndo tunaisema. Lakini sio tu kwamba watu wapate kazi za chini tu ambazo sio wale watu ambao wana uamuzi. Kwa hiyo kwa kifupi nitasema hivyo tu kwamba amependekeza kwamba ile mambo ya ubaguzi kupungua, lazima watu wengine waingie kwenye uongozi watakaosaidia nchi kubadilisha jinsi inavyoendeleza vitu. Asante.
Great, thank you. We're allowed to be political now. It's close to election time too. So question to you, Benny, again. What's one piece of advice or strategy would you recommend for families in Logan trying to go through or navigate the complexities of international conflicts in a new culture, new country, and new expectations?
Anauliza kwamba anashaurije familia za watu wa Logan, hasa sisi, tupambaneje au tuishije katika haya mambo yanayosumbuana sana na hizi shida tunazosikia kwenye nchi mbalimbali, hasa nchi tulizotoka au hata nchi hizi nyingine tunazozisikia kuna shida mbalimbali huko. Sisi tuchukue mwenendo gani au maisha gani kupambana na hicho kitu?
Thank you. My advice to the families, I think, as you settle here, for example, I think you have accepted to live a different life from what you were, where you came from. So it's important to be ready to change. It's important for the men not to look like the same men that were in Africa. Even if you went to university here and you finished a PhD and you haven't had an opportunity to interact with the system practically, then that university qualification will not help you. So you've got to understand how people live here. Adjust yourself as a mother, as a father, and the children also need to adjust themselves so that you can empower yourself until such a time when you know that you can be at the table where decisions are made. But as soon as you arrive here, in many ways we are very vulnerable and we can be exploited in many ways. So it's important that we change. We fit the system. And also, if things are happening overseas, now you find that people are talking about, stressed about the news. You know, when people are watching news, then they get stressed. But for us from the community, it's not about what we watch on the news. It's what we actually know, we see it, we hear it, because our family members and our relatives and everyone, they live there, they go through it. So my advice is change genuinely, and if you don't change, believe me or not, you're going to lose here in Australia and you're going to lose in Africa. You're not going to succeed here and you're not going to succeed in Africa. So try to focus here first on yourself. Help yourself. If you help yourself successfully, you'll help people in Africa.
Yeah, amezungumza kwamba ni muhimu sana kubadili mtazamo na kubadili jinsi tunavyoishi katika hii nchi ya Australia. Tulipohamia hapa, tumeamua kuishi maisha tofauti kabisa. Kwa hiyo kuna mengine yanatokea kule nchini tulikotoka, ni muhimu kuyasikia, tunayajua kwa sababu tuna familia kule, lakini namba moja muhimu, tujue jinsi ya kuishi maisha ya hapa, kwa sababu haya ndio yanatuhusu sana. Tusipofanya hivyo, tutapoteza kuishi hapa na tutapoteza kuishi kule.
The next question, the answer will be 30 seconds. Naomi, what kind of advice would you give to a young person trying to integrate and keep family values, traditional values at the same time?
Kijana mdogo tunamshauri nini ili kudumisha mambo ya muhimu kwenye familia?
Just probably building on what Benny just said, I think it applies the same to young people. My probably first advice, and this is really based on experience as well, is to put yourself out there, step outside of your own community, get to know people from other communities, interact in mainstream as well as other cultural groups. Don't stick to your own circle of people.
Yeye amesema kwamba anashauri kwa vijana au kwa wale ambao bado ni wana umri mdogo pia, usijue tu mambo ya kwenye community yenu au kwenye ulitoka tu, jifunze hata kwa mataifa mengine, ujue wanaishije, halafu ndo ujue jinsi ya kuchagua utaishije hapa Australia.
I only say that because there's a myth that if you do that, you lose your values. you can still hold on to your own values, but still interact outside of your circle. That it's not one or the other.
Mimi nasisitiza hilo kwa sababu wengine wanafikiri kinyume, wanafikiri kwamba ukijifunza habari za taifa mengine labda utapoteza mambo ya muhimu ya familia yenu. Lakini mimi nafikiri ukiyajua ndo yanaongezea umuhimu mambo yenu mnayoyafanya na kujua kwa nini uyakumbatie.
Thank you. Any question from the audience? This is your time to shine.
Okay, sasa wanaomba miongoni mwetu wawepo watu wangapi wa kuuliza.
Question already there.
Thank you, panel. My name is Leslie. I work with Chris at Nanda, with the Nanda program. My question is to Benny.
Yule ni Leslie na anatumika pamoja na Chris pale sehemu anaita Nanda, na swali linamwendea Benny.
Benny, you said that it was understanding responsibilities of the different stakeholders. My question is, in your view, in your position, how much work has been done in this space, and in your view, what more needs to be done?
I'm here as QSCC.
Wamemuuliza kwamba katika kazi yako unazozifanya unafikiri umeshasaidia nini kuhusu haya ambayo tunazungumza, lakini pia wamemkumbusha kwamba tuambie yupo hapa kama nani na kama kiongozi wa African Communities.
Thank you, Leslie. I think there's not a lot of work that's been done there. What happened, the few people that need to do the right work and to change the system, their voices are being neutralized. There's people that try a lot to make sure that those voices are not being heard, because if they are heard, system will change and things will change. So you see that conversation's always shifting from the real issues and solution to solutions that cannot help, similar to what we see with closing the gaps. When, like, we talk about indigenous people, report after report, we see the gaps not closing and things are going backward. It's because we don't talk about the truth. We don't actually talk about the real solution. We avoid it very deliberately because people need to continue to hold on to power, and to exercise power. So there's a lot of work happening, and we are now as a community coming to define what all of those key concepts are. Co-design, community empowerment, early intervention, partnership, community engagement, all of those key concepts that are being thrown around and look very beautifully in the report, we need to define them as a community. What do they mean to us? Not an organization to tell us, but as a community, we must define those key concepts and tell the organization to do them as we want.
And next time the panel has been as a member, we need to double the time. It's so beautiful.
Yeah, I know he has volunteered to do 1 hour, going 1 hour later.
But with the time constraints, this is the last contribution. Thank you. All we have is time to translate, to summarize what Benny says, because we can't really miss it.
No, nitasema kidogo tu, amesema mambo ya muhimu makubwa, lakini mimi nitapunguza, lakini yatakuwa na uzito ule ule. Amesema kwamba kuna kazi nyingi zimefanywa na community ili kuhakikisha hii nchi inakubaliana na kitu ambacho kinaweza kusaidia karibia kila mtu, hasa kuondoa ule ubaguzi. Lakini anasema kwamba sio jambo rahisi, kwa sababu kuna mambo mengine ukiyaleta, kuna wengine wapo pale kuyapinga. Kama kawaida, sio maongezi ambayo yatakaribishwa kwa haraka. Kwa hiyo anaendelea kujitahidi, lakini pia sasa hivi wako wanawaambia kwamba mnaposema mnatusaidia, mnamaanisha nini, mnatusaidia nini, mambo kama hayo. Kwa hiyo kuna mazungumzo bado yako yanaendelea.
All right, you can thank us now.
we get research done by people that don't understand our value, our culture, and now we are actually working together with our students, with our people that are lawyers, they're researchers. They are doing community-based research for our own people. And we are untapped, like businesses. What changes? You know, we've got entrepreneurial businesses. For me, being here and working for the government, working for not-for-profit organization, we get nothing. And so we've got to try and change the culture. And I suggest, you know, if you're going down this road for our multicultural brothers and sisters, we need to support you to take that change in the script. Please, my brother.
Nafikiri amesuggest, ametoa maoni kwamba mtu kama huyu ambaye anasimama kwa ajili ya communities anahitaji kusaidiwa ili na wale ambao wanachukua uamuzi waone kama ni muunganiko wa watu wengi ambao wanasaidiana kufanya kitu kimoja.
So our timekeeper is very strict, but Benny has been asked a question. What do we do with this? I think we get Benny to answer that question for 1 minute.
Thank you. That change happened within our communities, and this is what we need to know. If you're waiting for the government, for the organization to change things for us, we are lying. So it starts with the communities working together and be on the same page and put the pressure on the system. Usually what happens is if you want to change the system and the system understands that you are challenging it, they will come to your community and they will bring you down through your community. That's how it works. So in order to change things, communities need to be united. They need to be on the same page. They need to know what their strategic objectives are so that if their advocates go and challenge the system, then they're not going to be brought down by their own community members, number one. Number two, just quickly, for the families, there's bad people that are out there waiting every opportunity. Every opportunity you are too hard on your young people, a bad person is outside to be the good person. So be careful, you are not dealing with them alone. There's a lot of people out there, very sophisticated criminals that are out there to exploit your children. So try to be soft and know that there are people ready to take them and exploit them. Thank you.
Before translation, you talk about they will come and destroy you from the community. Who are they?
The people who are in the position of power and influence.
All right, thank you.
John Bosco. So are you here as ECCQ?
I'm not sure.
All right.
I'm here as John Bosco.
Okay, that's good. Asante. I will translate tu kile ambacho Beni amesema. Amesema kwamba ni muhimu kujua kwamba kuna watu ambao wanapenda pale ambapo communities hazijashikamana wapo. Na wale watu watajitahidi musiwe na nguvu moja au sauti moja. Kwa ni kuwa makini. Lakini pia akatoa ushauri hata watoto wetu hawa ambao ni tunawaita ni vijana, kuna watu nje ambao ni wabaya, criminals wako wanatumia vijana siku hizi kufanya yale mambo mabaya tunayosikia wameyafanya. Ile sio akili yao wenyewe, ile ni akili ya watu wengine wakubwa wabaya wanaotumia vijana wetu. Kwa tusiende tu kulaumu hawa vijana, tuangalie kuna nguvu iko nyuma ya wale vijana. Nafikiri ameshauri vizuri.
And thank you. Thanks the panel as well. Marisa. Yeah, we want to know.
All right, back to MC. Thank you very much. Let's put hands together for our panelists. They've done a great job. And I would definitely not want to be one of the panelists. It's a hard job, but they were up to the challenge. They were up to the challenge. Asante sana, tunawashukuru hawa ambao wametusaidia. Beni anatakiwa kwenda. Yes.
If
lunchroom. Okay, so 3 groups. Okay, asante sana. Very good. So we are going to have to break this into 3 groups. Break out into 3 groups. Tunaenda kugawa sasa makundi matatu tena. Kuna kundi ambalo litakuwa linazungumza habari za mental health. Mental health. Hilo lenyewe litabaki hapa. Kwa hiyo unachagua unataka kujifunza nini? Mambo ya mental health, ukitaka unabaki hapa, yupo mwalimu atakufundisha mental health, yuko Chris. Lakini pia kuna wengine wataenda upstairs. Wataenda upstairs, who are going upstairs again? Okay, kuna wengine tutaenda kujifundisha kwamba tuzungumzeje kwenye familia na hawa ambao wengine ni mazungumzo kati ya watu wadogo na watu wakubwa, wazee na wengine, tuzungumzeje. Hiyo tutakuwa upstairs. Na wengine wataenda lunchroom, itakuwa wanazungumza kuhusu mambo ya university. Unataka kujua zaidi kuhusu university, wapo watu wa Griffith University watakuambia mengi, utauliza, watakuwa kwenye lunchroom. Kwa hiyo wapo hapa mental health, upstairs intergenerational dialogue, and then lunchroom about university. Did I get that one right? And they did. Oh, in English. Oh, okay. You can say it in English.
Say it in English. So yes. So we're going to have some breakout sessions now. You can choose one of 3. So we're going to explore whether university is possible with you. So that's with Dr. Heidi and Dr. Sarah. That's where you had lunch this afternoon. That's the breakout room there. This room here will be discussions on mental health. And then if you're interested in continuing the conversation on intergenerational dialogue, that's back upstairs where we had the peace circles. So that's going to go until, what's the time now? About 3:30 in the afternoon, and then we'll break out for morning tea. Oh, it's afternoon tea. Oh my gosh, it's been a huge day. So afternoon tea. So yes, so choose your breakout. Here is mental health. Intergenerational dialogue is upstairs, and then the university pathways in the lunchroom. So, and until 3:30, and we'll meet for afternoon tea. Thanks so much.
Okay. Before we go, I would also want to acknowledge Robert Mukombozi from Multicultural Affairs, Queensland. Please make him feel welcome. He has joined with us. I think we've heard from his colleague before, but we stay with us because we have a gift for Robert Mukombozi. Can he actually come forward? We do that gift with him, and then we can go into our breakdown. Don't break down. Breakouts. Come forward here so we can take photo. Pastor Asa can give this gift to Multicultural Affairs as we take this photo. Pastor Asa. Ingutangino photo, ingutangino gift mufatino photo. Nzamugize neza. Huyu ni mmoja wa wale ambao wanatumika kwenye government pamoja, lakini ni wa kwetu, lakini anatumika government. Sasa swali letu, tunataka wengi wa hivi. Sijui unanielewa, tunataka wengi wa hivi. Akiwa mmoja watamkandamiza. Tunataka wengi wa hivi kule kwenye government. Na hiyo si translate kwa Kiingereza, siwezi kusema. Nimemaliza. Asante sana. So we are thanking Robert Mukombozi on behalf of Multicultural Affairs Queensland for what they do with our communities, and we really emphasize that we need many people to be available and in those positions of power and influence like Robert Mukombozi. I get that one right. So if you want to follow about mental health, stay in this room. And if you want to follow up to know more about Griffith University, lunch room. If you want to know more about intergenerational dialogue, upstairs. Thank you. And I purposely choose to stay here. But feel free to move around in one of those three. What time are we coming again? 3:30 afternoon tea. 3:30 afternoon. Up to you, Chris. Yeah, it's over to you, especially in this room. So.
If you want to stay, please have a seat and we get started. Ready to start?
A very final session. Chris, you have been marked on time. You are on time. Yes. Only few people on time now. Can people outside hear me, Zainab? Can we tell them to come in? Or you want me to come here again? Come in. Yes. If everyone sings the song Come In, maybe they will act. Come in. Okay, I can hear some cooperation. Come in. Come in. Come in. Come in. Please come in. Please come in.
Hello, everyone. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Hello, everyone. How is everyone? Hello, everyone. Hi. Hello, everyone. Sorry. I'm not the best. Yeah, hello, everyone. We're going to lead the evaluation and feedback segment. My name is Judith, and this is Peter. And I will just lead the first half of the evaluation and feedback.
Hamjambo na karibuni tena.
Yes.
Hii session yenye tumebakisha ni ya reflection. Tunaenda kuongelelea mambo kadha wa kadha, na kwa hiyo section amejiintroduce. Tutakuwa sisi wawili ndio tutakuwa tunaiongoza, kwa hivyo tukae makini juu kutakuwa na maswali.
Yeah, in the beginning of today, you were asked to think about what is going to affect your head or your mind, what's going to affect your heart, and basically what's going to affect your hands. What are you going to do about it?
Tulipoanza session yetu ya leo conference, tulikuwa tunaangalia jinsi huduma hii ya leo ingekuguza akili ama mawazo, ama ingekuguza pia roho ama nafsi yako, na jinsi ambavyo itakuguza pia mikono. Kwa mikono tunamaanisha utafanya nini kuhusu kile umejifunza leo.
Sorry, could you hear me, everyone? Louder? Okay. So I'll start off with asking the first question, and the way it's going to go, we're going to ask the questions, and if someone has a response, they can respond, or someone can give them the mic and they can respond.
There is a roaming mic.
Yeah. So I'll ask the first question. So during today, with all the activities that we've had, what went well? What went well?
Swali ni je, kwa hayo yote ambayo tumekuwa nayo leo, ni nini kizuri ambacho umeona kimetendeka?
Okay. Is there anyone? I'll pick if you don't.
And everything is not the answer. You can't say everything.
Everything. Well, I attended only the second half of the day, and I think it was pretty much organized. Everything was finished and started in time, which I really liked. And as well, especially the last session with Christian, it was amazing. It was very structured. I think we got what we needed from it.
Anasema ya kwamba aliingia nafasi ya pili, lakini amefurahia kuona jinsi kila kitu imepangwa vizuri na mambo ilianza kwa wakati na umemalizika kwa wakati.
Is there anyone else? What went well today?
Kuna mtu mwingine ambaye angetaka kuchangia kwa yale ambayo umeona yametendeka vyema leo? Yes.
There was... That's all right. I've got an outside voice anyway. All right. I think today was very useful in pinpointing and identifying the conversations that need to start to happen.
Huyu anasema leo ameona imekuwa fursa njema ya kuweza kuona sehemu ambazo tunafaa kugusia ili tuanzishe hiyo mjadala wa kuzungumzia mambo ambayo tumeongelea leo.
Is there anyone else who would like to share about Mama Saba?
Tukona a mic. We want a mic here.
Thank you. Well, I'll say as well everything, but the most I really like it is the grassroots approach. Most of the time, whether service provider or leaders, that is most of the conference been done. But today, it's a grassroots approach, and that's what we need to do. People themselves, with all the language support and others, they have to have they have conference, they have to rise and discuss the issue. So that's well done, and thank you, Pastor Astia. I really love this, and thank you very much.
Yeye ameshukuru ya kwamba mtazamo ambao umechukuliwa leo ni ule wa kuanzia chini kwa mzizi wa shida ambalo tatizo tuko nalo tumeliangalia kutokea kwa mzizi, na jambo hilo limeweza kumfurahisha sana, na nashukuru Pastor Anisa kwa kuandaa mjadala huu.
We have one more.
Thank you. I just wanted to mention that I thought the content was great. The speakers was very good quality speakers, and the variety was such a variety that was really excellent. I think that was, all in all, I think was a wonderful conference. Thank you.
All right.
Teresa nashukuru kwamba vitu ambazo ziliweza kuzungumziwa zilikuwa vitu za maana sana, na kulikuwa na vitu vingi ambazo zimeweza kuguziwa na zimeweza kuungana pamoja kutengeneza jambo ambalo limeweza kueleweka kwa kinaga ubaga kwa ukubwa.
Yeah, thank you so much for responding to that question. Okay. We have Dr. Heidi. She has something to say.
This is more of a thank you gift giving. From the Pathways in Place team at Griffith University, we would like to thank Pastor Asa and Yolanda for asking us to be involved in this. It was a real honor and privilege. Thank you.
Napiga makofi, unaona mmeelewa. Lakini Griffith inashukuru Pastor Asa na daktari kuweza kuwaunganisha kwa hii project, na imekuwa fursa njema kwa Griffith, na Griffith wameshukuru sana kukua pamoja nasi.
It will be good, the whole committee, to stand up and they're taking this gift from Griffith. It's an honor, and I'm thankful to have this venue and to welcoming Multicultural to be here. Thank you so much. We appreciate it more. Thank you.
All right.
Anaita committee members wote, watu wote wa committee wakuje waweze kupokea zawadi kutoka kwa Griffith University. Wale committees ambao wapo. Committee members.
While they're taking a picture, I'll get the audience to also think about this question before they respond. What was the key message that you took out of? Yeah. What was the key message that you took out of this conference? Yep. What was the key message that you took out of this day? What was the key themes? What something that you can take out there that you have kind of absorbed and you can take out and probably share? Yeah.
I can take that picture for you.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. I hope you remember the question I asked while they're doing that. So the next question that we're going to try to answer is, what was the key message? What was the key thing that you took out of this? What was the key message?
Leo umeweza kujifunza kitu gani cha umuhimu sana ambacho hiyo ndio utaenda nayo nyumbani, ndio utaenda ufikirie na hata upange hata kitu kutoka kwa kile ambacho umeweza kupokea leo. Ni nini ambacho umejifunza cha umuhimu zaidi leo?
Yep. If there's anyone can respond to that, please.
Anyone who can respond to that?
I think the key message would be to think outside of the box, be creative, and to be fully integrated in a different society doesn't mean losing your identity. On the contrast, it adds to you and shapes more your personality and open more opportunities either for professional or personal development.
Anyone?
Ujumbe wa maana amejifunza ni kufikiria kwa upana na kuweza kukua kama wewe mwenyewe na tuendelee kuwa na ushirikiano. Yes.
Well, is there anyone else that can respond to what they learned from this, what the key message that they taking home today?
Yes, you have the mic? Yes, you can talk.
Okay, I think the key message is, for me, is there's need for peacemaking with yourself, with others, and the answer is communicating. And because now there are channels that have been opened up for people to speak, for them to get healed. So I think that opportunity can be, those that are in authority that can make those decisions on how can we meet more people, how can we give time to specific topics to be discussed. I think that would be good, because the sessions were all good, but the time was very short. But we appreciate the committee and all the planning. It was really good. Yeah.
Thank you.
Ameguzia umuhimu wa kuwa na amani na kuwa na amani ya kimoyo, na kwamba sote tuweze kutumia zile vitu ambazo tumepewa kama the opportunities kuweza kukuza amani. Yeah.
There's the auntie over there, and then there's another person. Yep, you can go.
Well, thank you, Bishop Asa and team, for a wonderful day. And I think what I felt I'm taking away is to seek ways to create spaces where deep listening can happen, both inner and outer, across generations and across cultures. And that implies to dialogue as well, of course. So, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one more person.
I also wanted to talk about creating spaces for deep listening, because I heard it throughout. But in addition to that, to be aware of power, the power that we hold, the power where we are in, and to hold each other accountable for those powers. And then lastly, from your previous question that I forgot to say, I liked the chakula. I liked the food.
Thank you very much.
Both of them have said that Auntie Barbara alikuwa anaguzia jinsi ya tutengeneze nafasi za watu kuweza kusikilizana na kusikilizana kwa umakini, na Brother Nick anasema kwamba tuweze kuangalia na juu tuko na mamlaka tumepewa, tuweze kutumia mamlaka vizuri, na tuweze kukumbushana kwamba hayo mamlaka ambayo tumepewa si kitu ndogo. Tuweze kukumbushana na kuongozana njia njema.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Sure. Yeah, of course.
Thank you. I'm going to say Bulvinaka. I'm Fijian, but I fit in with my African brothers and sisters because we descended from Africa to come home to Fiji. And so really working with Pastor Asa and Prosper, it's wonderful to see the steps in progress as they've engaged in the community, the connection with ECs, the work that Zeneb and Yolanda has done, Angela, the steering committee. It's just wonderful to see the progression, and I just pray that, we go about doing things for our community, but let it be community driven and led, because it's great to keep that capacity building, because we determine what happens in our communities in Logan.
Yeah, we have one more person as well. We have one more person. Thank you.
Auntie anatukumbusha kwamba kwanza ameshukuru sana Pastor Asa kwa na kikosi chake kwa kuandaa hii program ya leo, na anasema kwamba tukumbuke ya kuwa pia tunafaa turudi chini kwa communities zetu mahali tumetoka, ili tuweze kuinuana kutoka chini, na hata kama tunasaidiana, hiyo msaada inafaa ikuwe ya kupea watu hiyo nguvu ya kuweza pia kujisaidia wenyewe. Kwa hivyo tuweze kuinuana kama jamii.
So just two things from the panel that really stuck with me is Benny Bol mentioning that people need to be able to adapt and change, that if they go back to Africa, if you haven't been there for 5 or 10 years, when you go back to Africa, things there have changed. It won't be the same as the country that you left. And then here as well, you know, things are changing rapidly, adapting, and families here need to be able to adapt as well. And then the other one was Naomi, the Naomi young lady. She said young people also need to step outside their comfort zone. So there's nothing wrong with keeping with their family and taking cognizance of their values and beliefs and culture and that, but that they also need to step out into community and be part of groups out there as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, and I really like your responses. And across a key theme that I took away is acknowledging power imbalances, especially with those in power, acknowledging it and also challenging them. So thank you so much. Now I will pass on to Peter to read the last question.
The last question is for the future, because we know that peace building will always be an ongoing process. So this is a question to you, the audience, who've managed to engage and really learned from today's experience. What suggestions do you have for future topics to enhance this multicultural peace building effort?
Arasobanuye kubera ibintu twako tuvuga ni ibintu byo kubaka bese umuryango famille cyangwa n'umuryango mugari wa community. Aravuze kubera nibe bitekerezo mwashobora kongera abantu bari kubitegura cyangwa mwashobora kongerana. Yeah. Arushobora gusubiza?
Yes, you have.
So cute. Thank you. Appreciate for everyone who's organizing here. I think future is always, what we learn from the past, and the future. What I like to see is like today, phase, because especially as a multicultural community coming from Africa, phase is a very important part, and phase need to be played between the knowledge creation, but also connecting the community. So this is what it's displayed today. So to build a peace is not absence of being quiet, but also genuine. I think earlier one of the presenters just put what it means, peace. So in future, we need more creation of knowledge to communicate between young and old, and also start early, prevent, especially young people, settlement. It's a key, migration and settlement. In that space, we need more active engagement. Those parents, us like who've been in here for a long time, to pass that to the new emerging community. So if we build this kind of learning, the phase, the community, and the knowledge creation universities, ongoing engagement from the beginning, that will be stable peace in future community will be happening.
Thank you so much. Arabandi.
I think the other key thing is that if we're going to challenge those in power, that means that those in power have it concentrated. So what can communities do about it would be my question. Like, I would love to have a day where we can have grassroots ideas sharing of what we can do about it, because we need to have effective ways of sharing that power within communities, so that authorities like the government can then come alongside of us and support us to do that. But I think the knowledge is shared in our heads as a collective, and it would be wonderful to have a day of conversations to see what can we do.
Arundi, yes, there's one person.
Turashima amiga mwatwigishije
He thanks you for all the lessons we've taught
kuko
today
twabyumvishe
because he has learned.
ariko twari dukeneye ngo mwongere tiribe rimwe muza mwongera kugira ngo bigume bifasha abantu burya umuryango ufashwa n'amagambo avuye ahandi.
There are things he wanted us to improve on, and he says that a
Utume
family is improved by another family.
twoguma kongera iyo mutwigishije bikinjira tukabyaho kuguma natwe kubitanga ku muryango ku bana ugatuma dusabana ariko musore mwongere abateguye ibibazo byose dutegurire basore batwongerera ubundi bumenyi.
He's asking for more and more knowledge. He says that the knowledge he has got today is very, very useful, but then that knowledge needs to continue coming in so that it continues to disseminate even in the grassroots. More knowledge needs to continue flowing towards this.
Consistency,
Yeah,
basically.
consistency in the knowledge coming in. Urakoze cyane.
Ikintu nashaka kuvuga reka nakivuge mu Kirundi. Ntibakeneye ko nagira translation. Icyo nagira mvuge.
What he wants to say, he'll say it in Kirundi.
Turakunda kuvuga cyane ahantu henshi ugiye urumva ngo system.
Well, we always hear everywhere we go that the system this.
Hari igihe bigora kwimena igihute nimba gishute cyangwa igihute biragora cyane kwiraba wenyine.
And then it becomes very hard for you to look within yourselves because we are always blaming the system.
Hari wavuze power hariho power twiyatse nk'abantu.
He says that Brother Nick has mentioned on power, and that power comes from within us.
Ukabona ko no mu bihugu byacu atavuga ngo bariya system.
But then we have the tendency of blaming others, talking about the system.
Kaca twibagira natwe ko ari ibyo dushoboye byenyine twebwe ubu nta ruhara tubifisemo.
And then we forget that we are the system, that we make we are the ones who are the cause of that.
Pastor Asandazi ko shamwe nguvu nyinshi cyane mu kugira ngo ikikonki kibeho.
Pardon?
Asa.
Yeah.
Ashiramo inguvu nyinshi ugira ibintu nk'ibi bibe.
Yeah, he's saying that Pastor Asa really puts a lot of effort for these conversations to take place.
Ariko uravye ubufasha ronka muri community zacu ni buke cyane.
But then when you look at the support she's getting from the community is very little.
Ubwo ni system ya Australia kwidufairinga cyane twebwe nyene ntiturabona hari tubyo tutarabona turimo.
So he's asking, when you look at that situation, is it the system of Australia that's failing us, or are we failing ourselves?
So umwaka uza nkeneye ko conference nk'iyi iba twebwe kwiraba twebwe indani ubwo nyene ubwo twebwe ibyo tutako twateza gukora tukora nibi hapana kuza ngo system twahereye kuva ngishika ngaha nageze kubwira Benny. He's a very nice guy, very articulate guy. His mission system ibyo rageze ko natwe tuvuga duti twubake system yacu ega natwe yacu twoyubaka uburyo n'ubumenyi.
He's asking for the next conference. Let us not count on outside help. Let us build that capacity building within ourselves, just like Brother Benny had said.
I'll leave you with this Chinese saying, don't give us fish, but teach us how to catch those fish. And I think this country has given us tremendous opportunities. We have these resources that we can use. Let us use these resources responsibly and hold ourselves accountable, and then start attacking, blaming the system once we have done everything on our side. Thank you.
Yeah. Yatwibukije yuko tugomba natwe kwikorera tukikorera hanyuma umunsi tuzarangiza gukora akazi kose kari mu ruhande rwacu hanyuma bikatunanira nubwo tuzavuga ngo system yatunaniye ariko nonaha dufite akazi kenshi ko gukora ariko nago turi kugakora.
And also ashize emphasis supporting abari gushira mu imbaraga yatanze example nk'uko Pastor Asa ashiremo imbaraga cyane n'abandi bari kumufasha bashizemo imbaraga cyane kugira bino bintu bibe, ariko ni bakeya kandi nyine arabaza tese iyo tubigenza gute tuba supporting tese ni system iri kutwangira cyangwa nitwe twenyine turi kwiyangira. So icyo yabasabye nuko mwaza mufatikanya n'abari gutera intambwe yo guhindura ibintu, mwese mugafatikanya nka community mugatangirira muri mwese ubumwe.
She's echoing what he said and calling us to pull together so that we can build a cohesive system that really supports each other's efforts. Like we've showed up, we've turned up today to support Pastor Asa. Let us all turn up to also support these peace-building initiatives, and these conversations need to go on.
Okay. Thank you so much for everything. Now we'll head back to the MC.
Okay. Thank you, Judith. Thank you, Peter. Well done, and thank you also for the audience for the feedback that you have provided. Asante sana kwa kujibu, kutusaidia kujua kama tumefanya vizuri, na pale ambapo tunatakiwa kurudi nyuma na kujichunguza wenyewe kama kabisa yale tuliyotakiwa kufanya, je, yote tumeyafanya? Na kama hatujafanya, basi nenda ukafanye. Tumefanya vizuri. That's good. Moving towards almost last session of the session. We are going to have some explanation from you.
Yes. Yeah, I think so. Our forms will be handed over to everyone who's left. So you'll scan this form, and then you'll just fill in a short survey. Brother Ben is giving out the forms. I'll be helping him in a few. But just use your phone, scan it, and follow the prompts. Thank you.
Kwa hiyo chukua simu yako, okay? You've been told not to take your phone. Now I tell you, take your phone. Now grab your phone. Grab your phone. Mchukue simu zenu na watakuletea karatasi, utaskani hiyo kode, alafu utaenda kufanya survey. Kama kuna ambao hawawezi, jamani mwasaidie. Sio kila mtu anajua kufanya survey. Mwasaidie. Some people may need support. So Peter, Ben, Judith, just go around help those people who don't know, maybe because of technical limitations or maybe language barrier. Just help them so that they can provide their feedback. Mwasaidie, itakuwa vizuri. Ben, I think I've done my survey in the morning. Is that different? Oh, okay. That was before, but now after. Okay, that's good. Hey, all in one. All in one. Of course, if you need help, raise up your hand or say it. Kama unataka wakusaidie, useme, watakusaidia kufanya vizuri.
As we fill out the forms, one of my key takeaways is actually a quote that was really resonating with me as the program was going on. And it's a quote by Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. I've probably said that wrong. But the quote says, "Let everyone sweep the front of his door and the whole world would be clean." I think this quote really reminds us of our responsibilities and our duties, what we need to put in to the effort. So let us all be mindful and do our part towards peace building, and eventually peace will be achieved. Thank you.
Okay, so when we finish to do our survey, Pastor Asa is going to give final remarks. Ukimaliza kufanya survey, kuna maneno machache tu ya kumalizia ambayo Pastor Asa anataka kusema.
Ngiye gufata umwanya nk'uyu wo kugira ngo mbashimire kandi mbasezere.
As you finishing doing your survey, you can concentrate doing your survey, but also can also listen. But I want to thank each and every one of you.
Reka mbanze nshimire guverinoma ya Australia yabashe kuduhuriza muri iki gihugu abangana gutya.
I thank Australian government for being able to support us and welcome us in the new country.
Mwijwi ryacu nk'abamama,
as women,
nukuvuga cyangwa nk'abayobozi,
also as leaders,
ni byinshi government ya Australia yakoze ku bwacu twese tutovuga ngo turondore, ariko turabizi ku mutima kandi turabizirikana, ari niyo mpamvu dushaka natwe gutanga amaboko yacu kugira ngo dukorere aho abandi twasanze bagereje.
So we acknowledge the support that we have received from Australian government to welcome us in this new land, and that's why we do our best also to do what we can to support the society.
Ababishinzwe muzambugire iryo jambo ndacanarivuga njenyine kuko saha nzagarukira.
I'm still saying that and emphasize about that, but wherever you have chances, please deliver that message.
Kuko numugambi nanyegendanye igihe kirekire kandi ndawuharanira kandi nzawugera.
Because it's been my vision and my plan to fulfill this for a long time.
Rero ndashimira ama organization yose yatwitabye.
I really thank you everyone and all organizations that have responded to our invitation.
N'abantu ku giti cyabo.
And thank you for many individuals who have responded.
Ibi bintu kubitegura biragoye.
It has taken us a lot of effort to put this together.
Kuko ni ibintu bitaba biri mu rwego rwacu.
Because it's somehow beyond our capacity.
Ariko aba bose baje kugira ngo dukorane.
But all these people who have come together to be able to put this program together,
babonye ko natwe hari ubushobozi dufite twakora muri community.
They have noticed that we have some potential in our communities.
Turabashimiye ko mwatwubasha ama organization yose.
Thank you for responding to our call, all the communities, all the organizations,
kugira ngo dufatanye gufasha community zacu,
so that we can empower our own communities.
Ndashimira umuryango wanje.
I really thank my own family.
Iyo ukorera ibikorwa nk'ibi kenshi utanga imbaraga henshi hatandukanye.
When you are engaged into this type of events, you use too much energy and time.
Utanga umwanya.
You use time.
Ugatanga ubushobozi.
You use some finances.
Ibyo ni ibintu umuryango wanje wihanganira, umugabo wanje, abana banje ndabashimira.
I really thank my husband. I thank my children who are putting up with me as I put these resources towards events like this.
Reka nshimire komite twateguranye.
I really thank the committee that was behind the organization of this conference.
Mwabonye ko twariye neza.
You've seen that we've enjoyed a really healthy, nice meal.
Twicaye heza.
We are sitting in the beautiful auditorium.
Iyi horo wo icharginga nta mafaranga twabona wenda.
We don't have enough money to afford a beautiful auditorium like this.
Ibi byose ni kubw'imbaraga z'Imana no kubwa favor y'Imana no kubwa abantu beza twasanze mu iki gihugu.
All this is because the favor and the grace of God, and also for God's people, beautiful people like we've found here.
None wewe abantu bakugiriye gutya woreka kubakunda.
So tell me, if people were doing great things to you like they've done to me, why wouldn't you love them back?
Muhaguruke dukundisha abantu abandi.
Let's make sure we connect people to people,
kugira ngo tubashe kubakana mu mibiri no mu mitima,
so that we can build each other hearts and souls.
Uzadutangire message nandi.
Please deliver our message to the people.
Ntabwo mwakoreye abantu batazirikana cyangwa ejo mutazabona ibikorwa byabo.
Don't think that I'm ungrateful. I have really recognized your favor and your support.
Umuntu ugirira uwundi neza bene uko akagirira community, uwo muniwe nzantindaho.
If you do great things like this for the community, it takes me concentration to thank this type of people.
Ndabizi ko abantu benshi bari batarabona access yo kwinjira hano muri university ngo bahaving ahantu heza ngaha.
I know many people have never been in the university settings like this.
Ariko mwarabikoze turabashimira.
But you've made this a possibility to our communities.
Turashimira Jesus Gate of Peace International Ministry.
Thank you to Jesus Gate of Peace International Ministries,
Mbere umuyobozi.
which I led,
Turi kumwe n'abandi bashumba.
together with other pastors.
Baratwubaha kandi baduhaye uruhusha rwo kugira ngo dukomeze dukore kandi turanakorana.
They make it easy for us to be involved in events like this.
Mukomeze mukore gutya muzabishimirwa.
Continue to do this, God will bless you.
Kandi muzamera neza. Murabona se hari murabona tubaye nabi
And you
tubaye
will
neza.
flourish. Don't you see that you look good?
Kandi imbere yacu ni heza.
And the future is brighter.
Iyo ukora neza imbere urayisanga.
If you do good, the future will be good.
Reka dushimire abatanze amafaranga.
Thank you everyone who has contributed financially.
N'abakoze muri organization, murabona guhera kuri MC, guhera ku bantu bari gukora media, guhera ku bantu bose abakoze speech, n'abantu benshi abatanze ibi biganiro. Njewe sinobikora, icyo njewe nshoboye gusa no guconnecting abantu bagafashanya.
And for people who have been involved in various roles, organizing, speeches, MCing, DJs, everything that you've done. Some things you've done, I couldn't do it, but all I've done, and I think it's important to connect people with each other.
Niyo programme ya Australia.
And that's how Australia works.
Ugiye ahantu hose usanga muri buri rwego hari ahantu ho gufashwa.
And everywhere you go, if you are willing to support and help, there will be an opportunity.
Ndatekereza ko ibi tutabibonye kenshi kandi kera.
We've never seen this for a long time and haven't been for long.
Ariko turashaka ngo twese tube hamwe twubakana umuryango urimo urukundo, urimo amahoro kugira ngo umuntu wese abashe gufasha mugenzi.
But we need to come together and help each other out.
Turashimira umubyeyi wacu kuva Africa, Susan.
Thank you, Susan, our mother from Africa.
Through Perpetua, ni umubyeyi mwiza.
Perpetua, our beautiful mother.
Watumye tukumenya arakoze.
Whoever introduced us to you, she has done a great job.
Kandi turatangiye gukora akazi.
And we've started working together.
Turashimira Chris.
Thank you to Chris.
Nanda program.
Nanda program.
Uya niwe muntu watangiye organization yo gufasha abamama b'abanyafrika hariya.
Chris has been involved in helping the mothers to come together.
Thank you kuba represent aba Multicultural.
Thank you, Robert Mukombozi, representing Multicultural Affairs of Queensland.
Ndagira ngo thank you aba president ba community abaje mbere n'abari hano twabishimiye kandi twabubaha.
Thank you all the leaders of different communities who have made time to come together.
Thank you community yose muri rusange.
And each and every one of you who has made time to come today.
Ndagira ngo mbabwire ntabwo tuzotegereza umwaka.
We will not wait all year.
Umwaka gusa n'uwa conference.
1 year is for the conference.
Ariko turahamagarira abarida bose.
But we encourage all leaders.
Waba uri umurida wa church, waba uri umurida wa community.
If you are a leader in the community or leader in the faith group,
kuza tugashira imbaraga hamwe.
Come and bring our effort together.
Tukaganira hejuru yo kubaka umuryango mwiza.
So that we can discuss together how we can work together and improve our communities.
Kugira ngo tuzagire ejo hacu heza hazaza.
So that we can make sure we have a good future.
Hatari ukwicara ngo abantu baganire.
Don't just sit and without coming together and discuss.
Nta gisubizo na kimwe twabona.
We cannot get to the solution.
Rero turashima Imana yabidufashijemo.
We thank God who has helped us to do this.
Guhuza abantu bangana gutya bataturutse mu gihugu kimwe, badatuye hamwe, badakorera hamwe.
To bring people like this who don't do same work, they don't live together, they didn't come from same place.
bisaba imbaraga z'Imana
It requires God's divine power,
ariko bigasaba n'umwete wacu.
but it requires also our own effort.
Tugomba guhagurutsa ijwi ryacu
We need to stand up with our voice
tukavuga ibibazo dufite,
and say our concerns
tukabiganira n'abandi,
so that we can have our dialogue with other people,
tukabishakira igisubizo.
so we can find the solutions into ourselves.
Rero twongeye kuzabahamagara.
Once again, we encourage you to come back.
Dufite ECCQ.
We have ECCQ.
Mwababonye.
You have seen them.
Yiteguye gukora ako kazi buri munsi.
ECCQ is willing to help and support daily.
Kandi uzabasangamo ubwenge bwinshi.
And we find that they are very knowledgeable.
Kuko bakora ibintu bigiye.
Because they do the things that is in their area of expertise.
Kandi bakabikora neza.
And they do it good.
Kuko maze gukorana nabo kenshi.
Because I have worked with them many times.
Kimwe n'abandi bose.
With many other service providers.
Rero nditurinde umwaka wose ngo umwaka n'uwa conference.
We cannot just wait this event to come once a year.
Ariko dufite imigabo n'imigambi myiza.
But we have many other plans.
Kuko turabizi ko ingo nyinshi zifite ibibazo.
Because we know the problems that are in our families.
Kandi tugomba kwiremamo igisubizo.
And we know solutions are within us.
Rero tuzabamenyesha programme zizakurikira nk'abayobozi.
We will come back to you and tell you other plans that are ahead.
Mu minsi iri imbere.
In the near future.
Nka team turi gukorana.
As the team that we are working together with.
Tuzakora byinshi.
We will do a lot.
Kandi tuzakorana n'inzego zose z'ubuyobozi.
And we work with every level of leadership.
Bizagenda neza.
It will be good.
Turabakunda.
We love you.
Tubifurije umugisha w'Imana.
We wish you God's blessing upon you.
Kandi mudufashe twenyine ntidushoboye. Tugiye gusenga dusoza.
We are going to pray as we conclude.
Kunda gusenga cyane.
And I love praying.
Reka dusenge.
We are going to pray
tugire Imana idufashe muri ibi bintu byose dutegerezwa
so that God can help us now and later.
Wenda turacyahe twiga.
We are still learning. If you did see something that was not quite good, don't take the negative feedback. Come talk to us and show us where we should improve for next time. Somewhere that you liked or went really good, go and be a good promoter. That when we build it together, we don't want those negative feedback. Amen. Let's pray.
Turagushima Mana yacu. Tuguhaye icyubahiro kuko uri Imana idukunda. Tuguhaye icyubahiro kuko watangizanyije natwe Mana ukarangizanya natwe. Ibi ni ibikorwa twaguhaye kugira ngo bije imbere, kugira ngo birongore aho bitangirira naho bigarukira, ni wewe wabikoze. Iyi ni imirimo y'amaboko yawe, turayigushimiye. Tugushimiye ibyahabaye byose Mwami. Wakoze uko washatse kandi wakoze neza, turagushimiye. Reka imbuto iri kubirwa mu mitima yawe, iyo ni umurima wawe, ntaba ari twebwe ahubwo izina ryawe rihabwa icyubahiro. Uheze buri muntu wese umugisha, uturamburira ibiganza, aho dutaha utugirire neza, ibyo tugerageza gukora byose bitubere neza Mana. Utwihishurire kugira ngo ibyo dukora bibashe gutanga umusaruro muri kino gihugu. Ndagushimiye kubaje bose ubaherekeze kandi ubagirire neza. Ni mu izina rya Yesu Kristo w'i Nazareti tubisabye kandi tubishima. Amen.
Group photo. Okay, come forward. Come forward.
Group photo.
Come, let's have group photo and then you can go home to your families.
Tunatafuta group
photo. Come forward.